finally advanced to stage 3 of the competition of the Harvest Crown. You've successfully beaten the champions of the arena, and after that, a few select monsters. And now all that's left is to face other competitors and, inevitably, one another on your path to become the Harvest King. At the moment, however, you have about a good week, almost 5 days of, well, rest and preparation before stage 3 of the competition begins. You also had some extra stuff you were wanting to do on your own, as well as something that Vidar had tasked you with. And I believe 3 of you, namely Red, Evelyn, and Kara, are currently headed to the winery to look for Owe.
And it's fairly late in the evening.
Yes.
Okay.
I think Soleil was coming too, and he disguised himself as a twin to Kara. If I recall correctly.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Double
so
Kara.
everyone's
We're
here.
the twin.
But the mute
Cards.
in the mute version of Kara, because as soon as he starts talking, it sounds weird.
Mm-hmm.
I guess we can both like be silent guards to Evelyn.
As night falls over Antogard, the city lights up in a swarm of fireflies. Lights, torches, everywhere, at every corner of the street they go up. The warmth of the early autumn air of the day slowly fades with the disappearance of the sun, as a lukewarm breeze settles on the city. As you follow the long road towards the winery, whispers and voices seem to follow you along on your path. A few heads turn as you move past them. Along the taverns at the road, an occasional mug is raised towards you, accompanied by sporadic clapping of other patrons. Your notoriety within the city is definitely rising. Before long, you reach your destination, the Lauermann Winery. A large, ornate building sporting a multitude of spires along its roof like a crown. It's opulent enough to be mistaken for a mansion or a great ballroom. Similar are its attendees, finely dressed men and women walking to and fro the large building. At the enormous gate spanning the estate, decorated in wreaths of autumn leaves, they stop for a short moment before being granted passage by 2 pairs of servants flanking both sides of the entrance.
I suppose that we approach.
As you approach, they muster your appearance for a split second, before one of them simply waves you by.
Get in.
Nice.
Inside, the building loses none of its wealth and splendor. Heavy oaken furniture, ornately engraved with golden markings, depicting chalices, grapes, grapevines, and other fruit. Before you lies a grand hall stretching nearly 50 feet, lined with paintings and doors, and most catchingly, a giant chandelier streaming light from the center of the room. The lines of thin golden streaks cover nearly every inch of furniture, of carved floor and ornate ceiling, multiplying the light through their reflections. The hall itself is nearly empty. As you step inside, you catch only the last glimpse of the couple that came just before, turning the corner into one of the many doors along the great hall. Your eyes finally sway to the corner to your right, Almost to your surprise, you see eyes staring back at you. Another servant behind a large counter just beside the door. A young elf, she is undoubtedly beautiful, but even she seems to almost fade into the back in the splendor of the winery's great hall.
Maybe I'm just uncultured, but how do these places usually work? Kind of asking Evelyn.
Would I have a general idea, Figure, of where, at a quick glance around, where I would assume I would go if I were wanting to have wine?
You'd probably talk to the servant behind the counter first. But
Right.
give me a quick history roll.
Hold on, I have to pre-roll my dice real quick. I don't know if it's counting.
True.
Just straight history.
Mm-hmm.
That's a dirty 20.
You've been to wineries before and wine tastings. None of them have looked like this. You'd maybe see something similar if someone hosted a wine tasting at their private estate. But for a winery, a place of work, to be this opulent and decadent, it's probably more of an arrogant show of wealth than anything else.
Well, I suppose normally you just talk to the servant. It's a bit more up to do, though.
Alright. I'll approach the servant. Excuse me.
Good evening and happy harvest, madams, sirs. Are you here for the tasting?
Yes, in fact.
The tasting takes place privately in one of the separate tasting lounges of the winery. You're lucky, there's only 2 currently available. A bottle will cost you 5,000 gold pieces to be paid up front.
Well, as flattered as we are that we are being offered a private room, we were actually wondering if some of our fellow competitors were here. We wanted to taste with them in the spirit of sportsmanship.
Well, so unless they're expecting you, I don't think we can do that. As I said, these are private tasting lounges.
Naturally, but would you be willing to inquire as if they might be expecting us?
Who might that be, sir?
We are specifically looking to wine with the Archmagos, Orveth.
Oh, you must be Evenfall then?
Indeed.
Forgive me. I was giving a description, but it wasn't really given any specifics. Master always awaits you in the old private tasting room, through the door at the very end of the hall, and then through the old lounge. There's a single door at the other end. He awaits you there.
Very well, exactly as expected. Comes back to the well, that was not expected. I guess he's onto us or something.
That's interesting. I suppose that we should head back then.
I suppose.
We'll start following the directions of where
Mhm.
we were instructed to go, I guess.
You cross the large hall, reaching one of the many doors. You turn the handle, and the door swings inward. The room that now lies in front of you seems like it would be part of an entirely different building. It still appears luxurious, a patterned wooden floor, red comfortable looking couches, and nice tables. But unlike the hall at your backs, there appears to be little opulence like the gold carvings. At the end of this room, as described, lies another door.
I think we go through that door.
Out of curiosity, what's everyone's wisdom modifier?
I'm so like anticipating a trap about this whole mess of situation. That's fine.
Wisdom modifier
Modifier
-2.
+1.
+2.
That's a hard 0.
You take a step forward. Oddly, this room seems much larger once you're inside. The couches seem massive, and the brewery tanks to your left seem like they could hold a lake. The door opposite opens, streaming light, even as the room inexorably begins to darken. A red couch pushes into your view of the door, seemingly growing. No, not growing. It's you who are shrinking. When it stops, you are tiny, barely the size of a mouse. The room is dark, save for a few flickering lights on tops of tables, too large for you to reach. But the worst thing is a movement in this room of giants, just at the edge of the shadow underneath a couch. A leg, for a split second, a long, hairy leg.
Oh boy.
So, last session, D&D. What did you fight? Well, it was just a normal house spider.
Yep.
Practically killed all of us.
I mean, I ran a one-shot like that once.
Where are you guys tokens?
That's a great question.
Yeah.
That's a really good question. Huh? Oh, you're over here. I see. I see.
I mean, if you're able to shrink people, that makes it a lot easier with a lot less space to have your shop or establishment.
True.
Set up.
The
Just
true
imagine the
population
rent that you
density.
save on that.
I know. So relative to us, are these chairs like 10 feet tall?
The
50?
backs of these chairs would be about almost, I would say, 15 to 20 feet,
Okay.
whereas the seat would be about 10 feet high.
Why are there bridges?
So, where did we see the leg?
Is this a Floor's Lava game? I mean, I don't know. I can't see any of that stuff in character.
I mean, looking around, you definitely see, at least, for example, to your right, there's
A bridge.
Yeah, like
is that
a
like a
wooden
wooden
plank.
plank? Huh.
between that table and that couch.
Right. Well, we could stand around or press forward.
Yeah, this is not my favorite thing.
Prefer to get some height. And like when you're describing a furry leg, I'm assuming you're talking more like a something like similar to a spider leg,
Mhm.
correct? Okay. Maybe perhaps not that direction.
Yeah, let's go this way.
May I also mention that for some reason there's this really old chicken lying here in the corner?
I'm sorry, what now?
This thing here, like, looks like it's been lying there for a long time now. It's very weird for such an such an expensive place.
Well, first of all, can we just leave? Is the door shut behind us?
Do you turn around?
Mm-hmm.
Behind you, the doorway, still open, stretches into a long hallway of dim light. At some point in the distance, you lose sense of the wall and ground. All there is this dim light and a shape. Something dark in all the light. At this distance, it's impossible to make out.
Hmm.
Do we press forward or go back? We won't necessarily find any answers backwards, though.
Probably not. Well, let's try to get a little elevation and see why we're so short. I don't
What's
know.
everyone's passive perception?
11.
16.
12. 8?
Soleil,
Mhm.
you smell something. It's an unpleasant smell. It almost smells like a dog.
Oh God.
Behind you, you hear something. A snout rises from the shape in the distance, sniffing the air. And then the creature rises to 4 legs, the shape of a hound or wolf. It begins charging down the corridor, and after a few seconds, you begin to realize how giant this creature is compared to you.
Then move towards the chairs.
Yep. My preference is the couch
It-
thing.
If I'm up here, how high would it be to like from me to that couch chair?
From
Like to the arm rest.
so that would be 20 feet up.
Easy.
So it's like 5 forward, 20 feet up.
If Kara is right next to me, I'm gonna quickly pull out from my bag my grappling hook, slide it on my arm, and then offer a hand to her before shooting it up to the chair.
Grab your hand.
Alright, then we go up.
I'm headed toward the couch, and I motion Slay over after me.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right,
go
hold
towards
me.
the couch you see in front of
I
you.
hop into his arms, and then I cast Spider Climb on him. You can just walk up it now. Just take me with you.
Okay. I'll just climb up the couch. We have
Would
to get
everyone
we get
please
have to get as far away from this vile creature.
roll me initiative.
Oh boy. Nat 20.
Wow.
If
11.
14.
We haven't had a long rest since our last fight, correct?
No.
I do not think so, no.
Yep.
You seem... You see something else, Evelyn, as you stand up there.
Mm-hmm.
In the distance, a lot of cobwebs cover the walls. But more concerning, something is hanging off of the wall to your right. A buzzing emanates from it,
Oh no.
and you see creatures
What
flying
do
to and from it.
Mm-hmm.
our last fight was against the rats, right?
Mm-hmm. For the two of us.
Yeah. I think I didn't lose any HP in there.
Red. It's been
You
some
hear
time since I've been
low
spending.
buzzing
Oh.
between the couches. Bzz.
Red. It's been some time since I've spent some time with nobles. I feel like this is not the typical way wine testing goes.
I mean, no. And besides, I think that's cheese, not wine.
Cheese is a good lure.
Yeah, I guess.
For mice.
Evelyn, it's your turn.
Yep. I'm going to quickly point out the wasp creatures to Kara. And I don't know if Rhett and Soleil are looking over here, but I'll make a quick gesture. I just don't want to yell right now. But then as long as Kara is still willing, I'm going to use my grappling hook again. Yeah, to quickly pop over here to this couch ledge. And then again over a short trip because I don't want to get too far away. Just over to this couch farm. And that's my turn.
As you shoot over there with your grappling hook,
Mm-hmm.
you can hear it.
Okay.
And just as you reach the second couch, a shadow eclipses the doorway. Oh, it's funny. Freya loaded before Alaman.
Oh gosh.
Oh boy.
It's moving.
I don't like. Go away.
One day Alavan will load the music. One day.
Maybe one day we'll find out why it takes so long for me to load the music.
Yeah.
Maybe it's like a weird like firewall security thing. I don't know. Because your internet doesn't seem to be, like, the problem.
It's dead. We win.
It fell through the floor because the floor is lava.
Do you guys have dark vision?
I do?
How far do you have
I
dark
do.
vision?
60.
60.
60.
60. Great.
You did it.
They're all moving.
Yeah. Just because we found this token didn't mean that you had to make a map around it.
I had to. I was looking for the tokens when I'm making these creatures big, and I was like, you know what? Didn't we recently look at some models?
Mm-hmm. And we discussed how disturbing this one was.
What are you talking about? Look how
Because it
fuzzy
moves.
is.
No, watch.
Oh no.
If you move it, it's like, I think it crawls. Or no, it doesn't. I don't know, maybe not.
Oh, when you
There was
want to try
something-
reconnecting?
There was something just very disturbing about it.
Oh, music.
Yeah, how did that
I'll
happen?
got to wait for our around.
Wait, how big are the couches?
It's
How
big
big are the
even
what?
for the couches, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this looks like 15 feet this way. I'm assuming the squares are accurate.
Mm-hmm.
There. So.
Right. That's a massive spider.
Yeah, it's like, I mean,
For
At
D&D
least-
purposes, it's probably just small.
it's still probably like 5 foot
Yeah, it's
ish. Because if I look at like this chair, imagining that as like a 5 foot kind of square, probably a little bit bigger than 5 feet. I don't like it. All the same.
I have to admit that music doesn't make me feel better.
Mm-mm. Mm-mm.
Okay. Soleil,
Mm-hmm.
your turn.
You don't need to be carrying me anymore. That was just to get up the side, by the way.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I want to walk over this little bridge here towards the cheese. I want to be as quiet as possible.
Do you want to stealth?
Yeah, sure.
Give me a stealth roll.
Oh, it's still 12.
As you move over this plank, you can feel the wood sort of bend and groan under your weight. But it's just quite enough that you, with your very light step, may get across without too much noise.
So that's 15 feet. I'm gonna move another 15 here. Basically use the cheese in between as cover. I'm just gonna dash here and try to kind of hide as best as possible here.
Mm-hmm.
Although, give me a moment. I can as well. If I'm here, and then dash, that's 10, 15. I can make it here. I guess I'm gonna hide there then.
Gonna stay on the ledge, or are you gonna slide down?
I'll wanna slide down. It's better cover.
Okay. Red?
I think I will follow Let's lead and sneak across here.
Give me a stealth roll.
It's not bad. It's a 20. And then I would like to kind of examine some stuff on this table. Is this candle a candle that like has an active flame?
Yes. In all sense of the word, it is just a candle.
Just like
You can see the wax dripping from it, the candle burning. The cheese in front of you smells like cheese. It looks like cheese.
how flammable does the furniture in here look?
Sorry about that.
So is this candle like a 5 foot tall compared to me?
Yeah, about.
Okay. I might regret it. I'm gonna go over to the candle. And I'm gonna
Smells
start
faintly
dragging it.
of honey, almost.
Oh boy. I'm gonna start dragging it along, I guess.
Okay. Give me a strength check.
I just want to figure out how heavy it was. So we'll see. Yeah, it's gonna be a 4.
The candle itself is not that heavy, but it is on a metal plate. It looks to be made of silver, and that one seems quite heavy.
Mhm.
You can drag it at half your movement speed, but it might make some noise.
Mhm. Oh, I'd rather color it. Nah, I'd rather, if I can, after like trying, I'd rather kick it off toward this chair to try to set things on fire in between me and this beastie.
Okay, so you wanna tip it over?
Yeah, I'll tip it over, hopefully getting it to roll toward this presumably flammable chair.
Give me a... I guess give me another strength check.
If it would help, if I think it would help, it'd be easy enough. I could like cut the candle in half, so it's just the part that's on fire, the top going flying off.
In that case, give me an attack roll.
Okay. Ooh, pretty good at 24.
You cut deep into the candle and you almost get stuck for a moment as you cut through this just thick trunk of wax. But then just pushing against it with your entire body weight, you manage to finally wrest your rapier free as the upper part of the trunk of this candle just slams down and begins rolling off the table,
Okay.
dripping hot wax everywhere.
I think
As you
I
do
have
so,
very little amount of movement to duck down behind the cheese. And that's it.
as you do so, you see something else. As the candle hits the floor, something scurries out of the shadow of the couches. Multiple things, in fact,
Those ones. Those are the ones that I don't like the movement of.
You'll love to see it.
fleeing the light.
Good.
Kara.
Have they noticed us?
What was that?
Have the creatures noticed us?
Well, the dog has just arrived. He seems to be standing around sniffing. He hasn't noticed you in particular yet. The large spider hanging on the web somewhere in front of you seems to At the moment, at least. Just be waiting for prey to enter its net.
Right.
The insects buzzing around the place also don't particularly seem interested in you yet.
Not sure if there's much I can do. I think I can use my channel divinity to regain a spell slot. So I that. Okay. Yeah, I'll use my bonus action to regain a spell slot. And can I still hold my action
For what?
to attack or to Eldritch Blast if anything like comes
Moves to
towards us in
attack?
a hostile way? Yeah. If anything moves to attack us. And otherwise I'll just follow what Evelyn does.
Okay, take your turn.
Yes.
The hound moves into the room. And as the spider to its right still scurries towards new cover, it leaps and crushes the spider underneath its paws. As this one dies, this one scurries to safety. Then the hound reaches its massive snout back into the air, sniffing. Does anyone have an armor class under 16?
What if it
No.
is 16? That's not
Also
fair.
counts.
Okay, I have armor class of 16.
You see the hound's head turn towards you.
Mm-hmm.
Its head lowers, its ears sort of lie more flat against its body, and it starts growling.
Would that trigger my held
Do
action?
you want it to trigger your...
Does it seem like it's gonna attack us?
Oh yeah.
Oh
Okay.
yeah.
Yes. I will shoot some Eldritch Blast.
Oh
Okay,
boy.
go to attack.
Uh, 16 and 26.
The 26 hits. Barely. As you see your first blast hit its fur, it just kind of bounces off almost. But as your second one hits, you hit its snout.
Huh. Oh, well, at least that's 13 damage.
After your blast, as it flinches back for a moment, it licks its snout and looks at you hungrier than before. Evelyn,
Well, I'm gonna hope Rhett can get himself out of the situation that he's close to. But as this hound is looking over at me, Freya, going to quickly grapple over to the other side of the couch, and then over to this armrest here. And
As you fly over the armrest, you see more things scurrying in the shadows below you.
that's all I can do.
Okay. Soleil.
Mm-hmm. Would it cost me movement to get back up?
Yes, 10 feet.
Okay.
But you can just walk it since you're spider climbs.
Okay. So, guess to make it here then it's 15 feet?
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna try and stealth again over here. 20,
Stealth check.
25. Yeah, for now, 25. That's 24.
You hear buzzing close to you. It doesn't particularly seem interested in you yet. At the moment, these massive insects don't seem to fly anywhere in particular. They seem to just be slowly hovering around their particular nest.
Okay, and 30 feet. And I guess I'm gonna dash again. 5, 10, 15, 20.
Please give me a stealth check at disadvantage.
First one is a 23. Second one is a 12. Whew.
You slide down the side just as the insect sort of passes the apex of the lean-to of the couch. It doesn't seem to notice you.
I'm
It
gonna
just hovers in the air somewhere above you.
use my last 10 feet of movement to just press my back against the couch and move over. Well, not really there, but like right below the creature, which is hovering above, I guess. And that's my turn.
Red.
Yeah, so... yeah. Looking around, I realize that I'm between bugs and a huge dog, and I'm not feeling great about it.
No.
But I am confident in my charms. So I'm going to grab a piece of cheese. Whatever seems reasonable for me to carry. Probably not a big one. I'm going to hop on my broom. I'm going to go flying up toward the dog.
Oh god.
Okay.
I want to come like around this way. As I'm doing this, I'm going to cast a message to the dog. Be like, good doggy, I'm bringing you a treat. And then we're going to go get honey over there. Indicating the hive. I'm gonna like toss the cheese to the best of my ability in front of it while I'm flying around it so that I maybe don't get beaten.
Is that your turn?
I want to land on top of the dog's back. And then that'll be my turn. Do I need to do anything to toss the cheese in the right area to the dog?
Nope.
Okay.
Kara.
Yup. Is the dog still after us?
At the moment, it seems to be distracted by a flying piece of cheese that just sort of drops next to it.
Eldritch Blast these bottles. Wait. To like cause it to distract it, I guess. Like make noise.
What do you attack?
The bottles of I guess these are like
okay.
bottles over here.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's within range. I guess it's just Eldritch Blast. At this like shelf. Do I have to roll?
Yes, please.
Uh, 22 and 26.
Yeah, both of your strikes hit the large rack of wine. And as you do, a bottle loosens, smashing onto the ground, sending shards and a reddish liquid everywhere. The dog, somewhat preoccupied with Red for a moment, jumps to the side and looks at the broken bottles.
If I cast Find Steed, would the steed that I summon be of normal size or of like small size?
You honestly couldn't tell.
Oh, actually no, that's 10 minutes anyway, so I guess. But yeah, that was my turn.
Did I get attacked by any chance?
Well, at the moment, the dog seems, just for a moment, just distracted by this crash of glass next to it. It sniffs the wine on the floor, this large pool of red liquid. But then it begins growling again. It sniffs the air and then begins trying to buck you off, essentially,
Oh, no.
and throw you off of its back. Please roll me a con save.
Oh no. That's a 5.
Give me a dex save.
That's at 8.
Just as you tumble through the air with
If
this
it matters.
surprising force, this is not like getting bucked off of a horse.
Mhm.
This thing is huge. In a second of its movement, it moves you 30 feet through the air and then launches you off of its back. For a moment, you attempt to just hold on to the broom and fly off. But your grip kind of loosens a little bit, And you just manage to hold on to the broom. However, you slam hard against the couch.
Hmm.
And as it growls at you, its snout basically right in front of your face.
Mm.
Please give me a wisdom save.
Mm-mm.
The DC is 17, I believe. 17.
No.
Ah,
Well, that's a fail. It was a 2.
First of all, you are prone on this couch, but you are at the top of it,
Okay.
and you are frightened for 1 minute. But you can repeat the saving throw at the end of each of your turns
Understandable.
from its rightful presence. And that is its turn. This insect just kind of buzzes away over Soleil. And 20, 30. Kara and Evelyn, you notice that while your fast travels and pretty loud attacks have not gone unnoticed, as one of the insects angrily buzzes towards you. And it's gonna dash, and that is its turn. Evelyn, it's your turn again.
Oh, sucks. Decisions, man. I'm gonna just, as long as Kara's still willing, try and move again. Okay, I'm going to. Oops, sorry. You go right back there. Thank you. Grapple hook over to the cheeks.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'll move again. To grapple up to the edge of the couch again. That's my turn.
As you reach the couch, you suddenly hear a horrifying scream to your left. As, out of seemingly nowhere, this puppet starts moving, and from it, something rises.
Nah, man.
that scream was terrifying, though. Frickin' banshee.
I'm just gonna activate everything in the room. It's fine, guys.
Soleil.
Mm-hmm. Seems like a fun place to be. I'm gonna try and stay under this insect for now and make the 5 feet jump over to the table as stealthily as possible.
A jump stealthily, okay.
Yeah, like, I mean, I try to
Give
land
me-
like
give me
without
a
making
stealth check.
sound and stuff.
I'm interested to see if this is what works.
You know, like when you quietly roll jump thing.
That's a 24 for stealth.
24, yeah. I mean, you use all the cat reflexes in your repertoire. You launch yourself landing not on 2 feet, but bracing yourself on all fours, and then ending in a almost silent but short roll. And it doesn't seem like the buzzing above you changes in tone or speed.
Okay. Also, I'm gonna move 5 feet forward to like hide behind the cheese for now. It's looking this way though, right? I'm gonna use my action to shoot an arrow at the wall here.
Okay.
And try to shoot it in a way that the arrow won't like perfectly just doink into the wood, but just basically just fall down along the wall and scatter to the ground and just making a little bit of noise.
Give me an attack roll.
Uh, 12.
You half succeed. You fire with less tension in your bow as you normally would. Not as strong. Your arrow hits the wall and, as planned, it doesn't stick. Instead it falls down. But instead of clattering on the ground, it ends up hitting the ground at just the right angle, that on the ground it just thunk, sticks into the ground. The insect seems completely unperturbed by this.
I guess for now I'm just gonna hide where I am as best
Okay.
as I can, and that's my turn.
Red,
So this thing seems very angry at me. Would that be accurate to say? But I also know that it didn't like the bugs. But I'm also terrified. Man, I don't know. Okay. One last attempt at negotiations. I'm gonna drop concentration on the spider climb. I'm gonna polymorph myself into as close as I can replicate it, the thing, and use giant hyena stats.
okay.
Hallelujah. It's technically large, so just a little bigger than me. Yeah, something like that. I'm still gonna like take a bound away from it, because I have 50 feet of movement. Kind of to this couch, and then I'm just gonna like do the dog thing, where you just like flop onto your side, and you know how dogs do when they're trying to act scared and such.
Give me a performance roll.
Okay.
Like your life depends on it.
Exactly. That's got a plus 8, so 19. So I just make this pathetic whimper and like roll onto myself. Like, oh god, don't hurt me, mommy.
For a moment, the dog still growls, but then it stops, tilting its head sideways. Its ears shoot back up in the air, and it looks at you almost confused.
Well, that makes 2 of us, and that's the turn.
Kara. Oh, wait, hold on. Yeah, Kara.
I will Eldritch Blast the Banshee. Because I do not want her to come near us. Yes. Oh, that was the roll. That is a 13 and a 26. 26 over time. That is 13 hit.
Yes, 13 hits.
Then it is... Uh, 14 plus... So 24 damage.
Your Eldritch Blast slams into the Banshee's side, and well, she definitely did not like that. There's a screech that rings out as she moves closer towards you. Anything else?
That's my turn.
By the way, I don't know if it matters. I did make a wisdom save, and it was a 17.
As the large hound moves towards you, it sniffs. And then, as you lie on the couch, you hear it growl again, but as it does so, its head turns away. And it begins leaping towards another target.
Oh no.
Fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
Going to just dash.
Maybe the spider comes to your rescue. Or the banshee.
And then
Banshee.
10, 30, 40. Let's see, what can Banshee do?
Nothing. I think it's just a figment of my imagination.
It can only just insta down people, I think.
Yes, it can.
Mm-hmm.
It
But
gives
it is-
inspiration to people.
Going to dash.
Maybe it's a barchie.
Range. And that is its turn. Above you, Soleil, the buzzing comes closer as the insect just past you lowers down. All of its spiked scythe appendages sort of just clamping into this giant block of cheese. And then very slowly, it lifts back up and begins heading back.
With the cheese?
Yes.
Nice. It's perfect though.
Trent tried to feed the cheese to the wrong creature.
Apparently.
Should have befriended the
30.
wasp things.
Yeah, apparently. You know.
Okay. Evelyn, it's your turn.
It's a whole zoo around you.
I see that.
Whole zoo plus Karen.
Yeah, I'm just gonna take off again and get over here.
You hear the jingle of a bell.
I knew it. Stupid.
What are you doing?
I hate them all.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't want to go this way, but the banshee's right here.
With another jingle, the doll of the jester in front of you comes to life.
Oh no, I do not like
Freaking
that.
gosh.
It's a beautiful guy. So funny.
I'm gonna then move again over to here. That's my turn. Sorry. Sorry, Kara. Just, I'm just trying to stay on the move here.
Slay.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, I guess the next sneaky 5 feet jump.
Roll stealth. You don't land quite as gracefully as you'd hoped. In fact, the fact that this couch is so cushioned almost trips you up a little. As you try to land, you sort of sink in a little bit too far, and you end up just sort of flopping to your side on the couch. Doesn't seem like the insect, at least, cares though. Still carrying its cheese.
10 more feet. Then 10 to get up here. That's fine, come on.
I didn't
Puppet.
set off one of them at least.
Ah, it's just a vampire, it's fine.
Yeah, this is fine.
I
Look,
feel like
I didn't set that one off.
dashing is appropriate, so I'm gonna do that.
Just everything else.
10. 20, 30. And you know what? Feline agility. Just gonna double my movement. Because why not? 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. I'm gonna hide in here for now. That's my turn.
Rest.
I'm going to do my best to go around the top of these. Do I need to like make a jump to jump here?
I think as a large creature, it should be easy enough for you. That you don't need to roll.
So I just okay, cut my move. Okay. So I think I've got like 40 left. If I dash, which I'm dashing. So I try to make another jump. And you said it's a little climb. I'm gonna make a wild jump for this. I might go to the floor, but banshees. That looks like a further distance.
You don't really have the time for a running jump, so give me an athletics roll.
That's gonna be a 7.
You manage to close the distance, but you don't quite land feet on the edge of the couch.
Mhm.
You manage to hold on with your paws, but you're just kind of lying over the edge, your feet sort of dangling.
It's a
in the
very
air.
Lion King moment.
Mm-hmm.
Mufasa, no!
Okay, well, it's my turn. Just hanging out.
Kara.
Eldritch Blast? The
Yep.
Banshee again.
There's suddenly a smaller dog as well,
Jeez.
crawling over the side of the couch right next to you.
Wasn't he a
True.
hyena?
Go ahead
Yeah,
and
I don't think we
roll attack
saw-
on the banshee.
Raccoon.
Mhm.
Oof. That is a 11 and a 12.
The 12 hits.
Oh my god. 4 force damage.
As your Eldritch Blast just grazes the banshee, it almost seems to start losing its form.
That's my turn.
Okay, well, let's do this one first. Let's see. Christ, he's got so much. The vampire vanishes in a cloud of black smoke, reforming right on the table next to you. Please give me a wisdom save.
Mm-hmm.
DC is 17.
See, my wisdom save is just very mediocre. Okay. Oh, it's a 19 though.
You can feel the charming energy of this vampire try to engulf you, overwhelm you, but you manage to resist. And he is gonna cast Misty Step and just move towards the couch closer to the front of you. The Jester. Jester is going to cast Mirror Image on himself. There's a blurred image of 3 Jesters now. Just sort of hopping about, dancing.
I hate them so much.
20, 30, 40.
This dog is bigger than a couch.
Dash 10, 20. It's moving around the side of the couch, knocking over even more of these tiny bridges, quote unquote, that are stretched across. And he's looking your direction, but he's sort of, coiled around this chair.
Yeah.
snarling at you. And the Banshee is, for once, actually going to attack Kara. Does she attack twice? No. That is a 12 to hit. I'm guessing that does not hit.
Yeah.
Yeah. Her cold hands swipe at you, but can't reach. Faintly, you can still hear the buzzing of the insect following you very slowly. And that's their turn. Evelyn.
Question. How tall are these?
To you, it would be about 100 feet or so. These are massive, really tall. From the floor to the ceiling kind of tanks.
Does it seem like there's any edges or rims that are lower than that?
There is something that's about 10 feet above the height of the couches, which is a small spigot. But other than that, all the way up to about 90 feet, it's pretty much all a blank side of tank. Round brass.
Oh, I can't get any further. Just freaking barely. I'm gonna try and move again to something shot up here. And then, how high would you say this barrel is?
Let's see, probably about 25 feet. The barrel
Okay.
itself is about 20 feet high, pretty much the same as
Okay.
the
Alright,
couch.
so about the same height
But
as
it's
the couch.
about it's on like a small stand, so it's a
Alright,
little
then
bit
I
higher.
can just barely make it onto the corner. And that is my turn.
Oh boy.
Glancing back, do I see any sign of Rhett anywhere?
No.
And
You
then
see a myriad of things. There's a dancing jester,
Mhm.
banshee, insects still flying towards you. There's a smaller dog, and of course, the giant dog.
And I'll quickly glance over to Kara and say, Kara, do you see Rhett anywhere?
No.
Or Soleil?
Nope.
Alright,
Yeah.
we're running out of room.
I guess we have to fight. Or do we wanna leave? Can we use the store open? Or is there a door?
The store was
Yeah,
open,
this doorway
correct?
is wide
Yeah.
open, streaming this strange light.
Possible Rhett turned invisible, I just don't know if he did or not. And that's the end of my turn.
Soleil.
To climb down here, how much movement would that cost me?
To like down the chair?
Yeah, to the ground. To the
Probably
floor.
just 5.
Okay.
You are just dropping down after all.
I want to run below this couch here, the corner, and use the hide action.
Under the couch?
Another couch. Crossing fingers that there are not a billion spiders. Well, there is at least one. Well, I had to get somewhere through here, so...
It's fair, it's fair.
As you hide, you sort of slowly move backwards into the shadow. And then your hand touches something hairy.
Hey, baby. Maybe it's another cat.
Is that your turn?
Yes, the hide action is everything I do.
Give me a stealth roll.
That is a 21.
Okay. And then Red.
I've done it to myself again, so I have 2 intelligence right now. Mm-hmm. But I do try to climb up the side of the chair, I think. Which, can I just do that?
Yeah.
I see my friendlies over here. I think I know that they're friendly, and that's about it. So I think I just hop and follow them. I mean, I take like a jump off of this, but... Okay, though. You can drop concentration on a spell anytime you want.
Yes.
Yeah, I feel like I don't know what's going on as a dog, so I'm like, woof. I'll just drop concentration like halfway in the air, and suddenly it's right on a broom in the air in front of you.
Oh.
Oh. Oh no. But that's all, everything I can do.
Okay. Well, I mean, if the dog wasn't already growling as you suddenly turn back, it snarls at you as well again.
Mm-hmm.
Its eyes seething hatred. Kara.
Yep. I will attack the banshee. Wait, where am I? Never mind. I'm
You're
oh, I'm there. Okay, well, I will still Eldritch Blast the banshee.
Okay. Roll your attacks.
Oh my god! These dice were rolling so well! Well, that's a 9 and a 13.
The 13 hits again.
For 6 damage.
This banshee is looking like it's about to lose form, but this mist of white energy is still moving towards you.
That's my turn. Yeah. Does Red look hurt?
Nope.
Yeah, then that's my turn.
dog growls at you. It gets lower on its paws, ready to make an attack. The jester, or this squad of 3 jesters now, all 3 of them put their heads on the ground, looking at Soleil in the shadows.
Not creepy at all.
No.
Having fun, are we? And then he begins just dancing around the couch.
That's fine. Just dancing, you know?
The spider, however, is going to attack.
Why is the spider not dancing?
Oh god. So that's an 11 and a 24.
The 24 hits.
That is 11 piercing damage and 14 poison. Please
guess the-
also give me
Mm-hmm.
a con saving throw.
Okay. Also, I guess the 11 piercing are a melee attack.
Yes.
So I'm gonna use my reaction for that. Is that a 1? Yeah, that is a 1. So yeah, the save fails.
Okay.
I'm gonna lower the
Taking half of the
damage.
poison damage if you had succeeded.
So for the parry plus dex modifier. So 8 of that piercing.
So
Damage is
3
prevented.
piercing and 14 poison.
And what was the con fail?
You would have just taken half damage if you had succeeded.
Oh, okay.
with the poison.
Okay.
Its turn. This thing kind of lost you, so it's returning to life. 10, 20. It's gonna dash towards you, the banshee, and yeah, that's their turn.
Oh,
Yep.
you freaking. Why? Why?
He's looking for wine.
Mm-hmm. That's what that red thing is.
Yes.
Shoot, man.
Totally wine.
You can leave me behind. I'll deal with them.
Huh.
Hmm.
Well, I guess I'm just gonna go again and. I'm gonna slingshot again this way. And. Yeah. No?
It is going to
Yeah.
make an attack of opportunity.
Which, the banshee or the dog?
The dog.
Okay.
Let's see. Gonna flip a coin. Heads is Evelyn. Tails. It's Kara.
Evelyn.
Oh no.
That's
That hits.
It's let's see, hold on.
It's a hit.
35 to hit.
It has plus 19. Oh god.
Jeez. Yep.
Okay.
Oof. It cannot miss at all. Oh god.
That's 27 slashing.
Okay. Was I still able to move away?
Yes.
Okay.
It's just kind of bit at you as you were just zipping past them.
I don't know how possible this is, Beggar. But what I'd like to do is to, again, grapple hook this way, but to use the little bit of extra length to kind of hang off of the side, like using it to kind of like grapple and then fall a little off the edge.
Okay.
Hoping to get a little bit of coverage.
Okay.
Or out of direct line of sight of things. I don't know, but... And I don't know if that would require a strength saving throw, since I have Kara on my arm as well, or something. I don't know. I don't know if that's... Because it's kind of probably coming to a very jerky stop if I'm, like, overshooting it.
Give me a strength check.
Okay. I know that the chances are, like, nil that I'm going to succeed this. I just... To be fair, I was like, I'm doing something stupid anyways. Oh, wow. That's 19.
Yeah, I mean, it almost feels like you're going to lose grip of Kara. That she's going to drop to the ground, but you managed to hold on. Soleil.
So we're not very far off of that edge, but we're like 5-ish feet.
Soleil feels like dashing out of here.
Do it.
Attack of opportunity for the spider. Attack of opportunity for one of the jesters.
Let's see, what kind of attacks does the Jester even have?
I don't know. Maybe none. Maybe
not.
dancing at me or laughing at me.
Good.
Reactions.
Try and sweep you up to dance.
Okay, he does have a reaction, but not in this case. Yeah, no, the Jester's just gonna dance around you as you
Nice.
run
Best reaction.
away. Spider. I'm not try to bite at you. Nothing special you can do. That's a 20, not that.
That's a melee attack, right?
Yes.
Gonna use my reaction to make my AC 21.
Okay, yeah. You managed to escape as the
Okay.
clutching teeth of the spider lunge
20,
forward.
30, 40, 50, out of here. At least if I can. I don't know if there's a door
You
in the
run
way or
into the
something.
light and
Yes.
Blue Tiger suddenly vanishes.
Oh, it's... I guess I'm technically still Kara.
Yes.
Blue Kara suddenly vanishes.
Mm-hmm.
Red.
Going to fly.
Not that they've seen me in the first place, but I vanished.
There's only a vampire in between us, yes? The door.
In a direct line, yeah.
Just
Let's
throw
let
holy
Kara-
water at them.
I'm gonna like land, say to Kara, switch, hand her the broom. If she takes it, I'm gonna do something. Kara, do you take the broom?
Sure.
Thanks. So I'm gonna cast Dimension Door on myself and Evelyn,
Oh.
and we just poof. But I yell back before I. You got this. You're the best, and you have inspiration.
Well, Kara,
I guess I hop on the broom and fly out the door.
how much movement does the broom have?
50.
50 feet.
Okay, let's see if good old... I'm not gonna say his name, it's going to do something.
Well, if I can, I will like fly around him to like there.
Because if you dash, you have
Dash?
yeah.
Just fly into the light.
As you fly by the vampire, give me a wisdom save, please.
Sure. I would love to. Ten.
Don't you have your aura?
You get a
Or is that
bonus
with your
on your
aura?
saves.
The DC 17, I don't think
I-
it matters a lot.
I have a +1 to my wisdom save, so it's a +4 with my.
You can
Aura.
roll the inspiration, maybe.
Maybe.
Yeah,
It's
you could add the
technically possible.
inspiration die.
D8 or.
It's a D8.
Sure.
I believe.
Charmed.
You are charmed, as the vampire uses one of its legendary actions to charm you. And you stop just short of the door, hovering in the air.
Well, it was nice to meet you.
The vampire moves up, and he is going to suck your blood.
Hmm. Sucky,
Ooh,
sucky.
ASMR vampire.
Yes, he does, though. You see both above you and below. The light eclipsed as the dogs are gonna try and eat both of you.
What?
Jeez.
I'll tally up the damage.
Am I like just under the vampire's control or do I?
You are friendly towards the vampire, and you cannot resist it trying to suck your blood, but none of that matters, as
Of course.
that's like 100 something damage. I'm not even gonna count like how much that is. As teeth clamp down around you, you don't feel any pain. Death seemingly never comes. As the jaws claws around you, you suddenly feel yourself slam onto a wooden floor. And you're out of initiative.
Mm-hmm.
First, Soleil stumbles into a small room. The same red couches, only one table. And on that table, you see Orvaith sitting,
Not surprising.
sipping wine. Shortly after, Red and Evelyn come stumbling out of the doorway. And right after that, Kara just sort of slams onto the ground, sleeping.
Sleeping?
Sleeping.
Am I at 0 HP?
Nope.
It was all a dream.
Ah, good. You made it through. Please, have a seat. Enjoy some of it. It's not the thing to be left untasted after coming all this way.
Evelyn will move over and settle down on the couch.
I'm gonna drop the Kara act because he can't see through it anyway. He can see through true invisibility, so I guess a simple illusion won't fool him. And I'm gonna sit down next to you.
I'm gonna go pick Kara up off the floor. Does shaking her rouse her?
Yeah. Kara, you're suddenly back in the realm of the living. You just shake your head as if it felt almost like a dream. Really bad dream.
I
And then
did
I'll-
not like. I didn't got it.
You didn't get hurt at all.
No, I just say to Red like.
No.
I didn't
You didn't what?
get it. Got it. How do you say it? I don't know. Just
You
because
didn't
he
have
said
it?
like you got this,
Oh yeah.
but I didn't.
Oh yeah. I did not. Yeah, you did not got it. I got. Well, yeah, I mean, you made it. Let's
I
go
just
sit on the
got eaten
couch.
by a giant dog.
Okay, well that one's on me. I'm sorry.
Here's your broom.
Thanks.
Am I still hurt, beggar?
You can regenerate what you lost from
Okay.
the attack.
So
Anything you
me too, I
expended
guess.
in that room, you can return to yourself.
Oh, what I spent.
Polymorph?
Yes, it was.
Polymorph
Yeah.
that saved him.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, that was
Spider
good
climb.
negotiation.
Orvaith gets up and
Mm.
from a small table beside the couches, he places 4 chalices on the table next to his own. And from a large bottle, he puts a swig of wine into each of them.
I hope it's worth all of the to-do I've heard about it. I will take one of the chalices
Me too.
and carefully examine it, give it a swirl, and then take a sip.
As you swirl the wine in your glass, you have this earthy fragrance that wafts up from the glass. The wine itself is a deep red liquid, though near the edges where the depth of color lightens, it almost appears golden in the light. The first taste as you drink the wine is a burst of flavor, a sweetness that isn't overpowering, like the perfect mix of juice. A complexity of flavors and aroma, fruit, nut, oak, and honey follows thereafter. And as the wine sizzles down your throat, as its soft warmth begins to spread through your body, it leaves an almost flowery aftertaste in your mouth. You know, Orvaith takes another deep swig from his chalice, and then watches the wine as he swirls it around in a circular motion. The wine isn't really brewed from the palace grounds, bell honeys. They do grow them there, bell honeys, I mean. But the fruit in this wine was a gift from a country far to the south. I don't know how they fare down there, but I haven't seen them for a while. This may be the last opportunity to taste this wine. Except, there were some fighters in their garb participating. Maybe I should talk to them. The wine has indeed aged 5 years, but I couldn't tell the difference. It doesn't seem to age. I imagine the Baron's lackeys have spent 5 years trying to recreate it.
It's a unique flavor, to be sure. Can't say I've had anything quite like it before.
Orvaith raises the chalice to his nose again, taking in a long breath. Fruit just don't grow the same here. So,
Yes.
and his voice grows a little colder. I can only guess he wants something, or he wants me to quit the tournament. Which and why?
It would be the latter. As to why, well, you are, I'm sure, aware of all the unrest in the city. Polythreme, I mean, not Mediocre.
And what does he care? He's not usually one to care about people.
An inconvenience?
Inside Soleil likes this guy much more now.
So why the whole tournament?
Oh, political capital, I suppose.
Seems like a weak argument to go off of.
Well, I mean, for us, 8,000 gold or so.
So you're just in it for the money?
No, not only.
What is your goal if you advance in the competition? Have you not been told anything?
I would like to prevent the war that is
How?
brewing.
They were looking for a scroll of one of your own masterpieces.
And what are you going to use that for?
Well, that's a bit more complicated, I would imagine.
I have time. So do you, it would appear.
That was a
Yes,
funny
time.
thing.
Time is a funny thing. Seems you know this better than anyone. From your reputation, anyway.
So, are we going to sit around here and laugh at the comedy of time? Or are you going to give me actual answers?
Badar is prepared to invoke the ancient law of favors.
Orvaith leans back a little, examining the swirl of wine in his chalice again. A favor from the master of parasites. Tempting. But the answer is no. As much as I am curious what said favor could get me down the line, there's something I need.
From
What is it in...
becoming the Harvest King? That is truly surprising.
Well, for what I need access to the palace direct, which happens only at the Feast of the Crowning. Therefore, this old head needs to be crowned.
Or is it something we could help you out with after?
And you still
we've
haven't
won?
told me. You've told me your price. But you haven't told me what you're going to use the scroll for.
Like, just searching my memory here and looking over notes. Vidar hasn't told us, correct?
He has. We're about to attack one of these huge
Yes.
soldier guys, and we cannot do that without that scroll because they're too powerful or something.
Yes. Ultimately, it is to prevent another tragedy. I am sure that you heard of the attack in Polythreme, as I mentioned.
Ah, yes.
We would stand
All
little
Archaeon has
chance.
been an uproar about it.
Yes, we would stand little chance against such a creature,
So,
a person.
the warrior is your goal.
Why not?
Yes.
Have you heard about the particulars of that attack?
Not particularly. I heard about 60 dead, something about that.
You know how many it took?
There's
Kill
been
60.
disturbances. We felt in the Archaeon. We do keep an eye on the world after all, but I've not particularly concerned myself with the troubles of Polythreme.
Three individuals. In a matter of seconds. Killed over 60.
With words alone.
And you wish to stop these 3 individuals. The warrior is one of them?
It is not that we wish to stop these individuals, it is that perhaps these individuals will not stop coming for us.
If 3 killed 60 in one day, then
Not
why'd
in
they
one
stop?
day, in less than 5 minutes.
Seems to me
That-
like they could have wiped the whole city to the ground.
But they were
Curious
not
question.
interested in the city, as I mentioned.
So what is your interest in them, other than heroically trying to save the world?
No, you misunderstand. We are trying to save ourselves.
Yup.
Suppose that is fair motivation.
Seemed like at least part of that attack was aimed at us. Or our group.
Now that is more interesting. Still, as intrigued as I am, there is something I need for my own interest. Therefore, I'm inclined to decline.
You need access to the palace you mentioned.
Yes. It's quite watched. But once you're inside, it'll be easy to get around.
And is this something that we could acquire for you?
Give me a quick persuasion roll.
I didn't want to say it.
Red can roll it.
No, I mean, you do the first one. I have other
You
arguments.
kind of are doing it.
Oof.
Ten.
You have a +3, that's not the worst.
Only for persuasion.
Forgive me, but I lack the confidence that you'd succeed. You got through my little trap well enough. But what in a real scenario? So far, you've managed to stay in the tournament. I suppose that's laudable.
Did you know that we overcame blight curses? Three of us in this very room were afflicted.
Well, that is a feat, but did you overcome them out of your own strength, or did you just manage to survive until you found a healer?
A bit of both, I suppose. Nonetheless, how many among the Archaeon can say that they have faced the same?
Maybe one. And he's not quite popular among the academy. But I'm not interested in laurels.
Of course, you're interested in action.
And you say you can get me what I need.
I think you are not telling us what you need. Access is not something that is a need. It's
Well,
what you will do with access.
I suppose we can explore this possibility. My participation itself is probably already rather curious to the cabal of the Baron. There is something in the Baron's library. The Baron has no idea the treasure he holds. But even still, should he notice it go missing, it would hardly be surprising if the suspicions fell on me. But even if you steal it, they'll suspect me. I suppose they'll have less leverage, and I'll remain in the Archon's grace. The entire reason why we are still talking is because I am intrigued. The idea is much better, though my chances of success are higher. The Archon doesn't appreciate bad light being shed upon the Archaeon.
That makes sense. But for building political capital, that would also somewhat defeat our purposes, unless you were to provide another means to our end, as we mentioned.
So, the scroll and me leaving the tournament in exchange for a book and a favor. Give me a persuasion roll.
24.
Plus 12?
I must say I
Oh, plus 10.
like the idea a lot more. It has been troublesome dealing with this competition. There is a library in the Baron's palace. Years ago, now at least, he was given a gift from far south. The bell honey and wine among them. But more valuable amongst the riches was a book. Written in the South's native language. Old. The Baron couldn't read it, but he kept it. I only recently managed to trace that book to the Baron's possession. Here. Orvaith claps his hands together, and as they separate, a scroll appears between his hands, if it was always there. He rips a long strip from it, brushing along its length with his thumb. As he does, the strip of paper fills with arcane script. When the paper is fully covered on both sides, he holds the curled strip of paper towards you with his open palm. It will begin to warm when you're close to the book. Once your hand touches the book, the paper will go blank. So don't touch more than one book at once. And
Easy
no,
enough.
I don't need to say it, but I will anyway, just so it hangs in the back of your mind. Don't try to cheat me, or my favor I will collect from Vidar may just contain your names.
enough.
Mm-hmm. So, does
That
this
w-
book have a name?
I'd wager you wouldn't remember. There's no direct translation for its name into ours.
With the scroll, we'd be able to locate it.
Yes. And of course, from his long sleeve, he pulls another scroll. This one is sealed with wax. Use it well. And can only make so many of these.
Reach out and take the scroll.
And tell Vidar I'll come to collect soon.
If you wouldn't mind, a curious question has been crossing my mind, and I thought perhaps with your expertise you might be able to have a clearer answer.
Go on.
I'm aware of magics with time that can stop the effects around them. But have you heard of a spell that can allow someone to stop time and interact and move objects?
Well, I suppose you could not have spoken to someone more expert in the subject. In fact, it is a spell I've been researching myself. Stopping time and interacting would change the game. However, the laws of magic as they are, they don't allow for it. As soon as this complex structure of time touches the reality of fabric, it falls apart in its entirety. I could see a way, but it would require a power so immense I could not imagine even the Archon could do it. Not even by sacrificing his life.
So what sort of creature would be able to pull off?
Creature.
Or entity?
Perhaps there are legends of powerful genii way south in the desert. They do expel the power of even wish spell. I suppose it would not be out of consideration that they could muster the strength to do one such a thing. Otherwise, someone with perhaps a large sacrifice at his disposal. It would be costly, though. Probably cost hundreds of lives. Or perhaps a god.
That doesn't make an ounce of sense. But I appreciate
It
your
occurs
thoughts
to
on the
me.
opinion all the same.
You mentioned you do not have direct familiarity with the Blight, but magic is not the same around it. Do you think that perhaps the cost could be different due to such an effect?
In fact, I believe the cost would be higher.
Hmm.
I may have not come into contact with the blind, but, well, especially at the Archaon, it is the subject of research in past years. I am, from a learned perspective, quite familiar with the blind.
And it is not something that could be related to any such effect on time.
If there was a way to perhaps share a memory or something along those lines of sorts, would you be able to understand if that's what had occurred? That time had been altered, and yet things were still moving.
Well, at the Archaeon, anything like that is possible, I suppose. In the field, reconstruction of dreams is not my area of expertise. And dreams or memories can be so heavily mortified.
Would that be perhaps an easier way to emulate the effects of a time stop? To put someone into sleep and then a brief dream and then immediately out?
Well, that would be an illusion, just like
Yes.
in the previous room. But it would have no real effect. If what you describe is true, then whatever happened had a real effect.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
An illusion can terrify, even cause you to deal mental harm to yourself, with your body not understanding or comprehending what it sees. But if it had a lasting effect in the real world, no, I could not imagine an illusion.
If we have just a moment more of your time, what is your opinion on these others that first attacked Polythreme and now are here? Clearly they are not from the Archaeon, and yet they produce incredible magical powers.
At the moment, they're not my concern. I believe the
Surely
Archon
you're-
is most likely thinking about them, but we have other issues to deal with, such as the Blight. A group of ragtag sorcerers or wizards rampaging around is not that high on the list. I imagine the full force of power that the Archaeon could bring to bear, even they would not be a problem for long.
Can I make an insight check there? See if I actually believe it.
Sure.
Another 24.
He seems to probably almost arrogantly fully believe that the Archaeon could pretty much handle everything. It is, after all of the brightest minds of Polythreme and even surrounding cities combined. And they have been alone in the sky for about 2 years. Perhaps they've simply lost touch with reality, or maybe they are as powerful as they claim. Orvaith definitely seems to believe so.
I've heard that the Archaeon has access to things such as wish spells.
Ah, yes. The Archon himself. He's about the only one.
I find myself in need of one.
You and probably half the world, dear.
But what if I could tell you that if I had one, I'd gain access to a conversation with the being at altar time?
About that. I myself cannot give you a wish spell, nor could I negotiate on your behalf, nor would I particularly want. But should you ever make it to the Archaeon, do seek me. We shall reconstruct your memory and examine it for what's what. At the Archaeon, we have the apparatuses and the wizards to comprehensively examine the situation.
Fair enough. I suppose at least that might get me some answers.
And perhaps you could ask the Archon. Though, I do not imagine he gives these out easily. Every time he attempts it, after all, he risks never being able to again. In his entire lifetime, he has only created three. Three scrolls whose worth probably could topple the world.
How
That
old
is,
is
after all,
he?
why he's our leader. Well, that's a difficult question. Do you know what the Archon is?
Would I
Soleil
know
shrugs.
what the Arcane is?
Soleil definitely has no idea.
Give me a history check.
No, it's only a 10.
Much of this was never really released, to press or news, that sort of thing. All that was known is that an Archmagos underwent some sort of experimental melding of a soul. And after the Archmagos had changed and became known as the Archon, well, they simply left, so there was also not much possibility of researching that situation or really knowing what happened.
One last question of a more personal matter. How well would you know Reginald?
Nice, I wanted to ask that too.
Ah, good old Reginald. We used to know one another. He was a bright mind. It's truly a shame what happened to him.
Do you care to elaborate? We have been doing our best to help him where we can, but
I'm not sure if that situation can be helped. Some of ours did try. And it's a subject I'd rather not broach too closely. He used to be a friend, after all. If you do ever get to the Archaeon, feel free to ask around. I'm sure many of us remember our dear colleague.
would he still be welcome if we were to bring him on such an endeavor?
Well, the pain of the loss of his mind still weighs heavily on many people. He would be welcomed as a guest, of course. But whether or not he'd stay would be up to the Archon. His word would be final. Though I assume that had the Archon wanted Reginald with us, he would be there.
Perhaps then, if you do not wish to speak directly of the matter, you can tell us if there are any ways that we could ease Reginald's situation. Likes,
Ease his
dislikes,
situation.
personal opinions. Well, we try to take
He
care
does
of
not
him.
suffer, does he?
No, not directly.
If you are asking how to help him, then I do not know. Nor did the others of our colleagues. This includes other Archmagi.
Well, we appreciate your time. And the wine.
Of course.
One last thing, if you ever come to Polythreme, just take a visit at the Venerable Swordsman. Tell the owner we sent you, and he'll give you the best brew in Polythreme.
Perhaps. Though I imagine my path after here will likely take me right back into the skies.
Your loss.
There is a noticeable wince on Evelyn's face. She's like, Takes another sip of wine, finishes her glass, sets it down. No reason to overstay our welcome. Would we be leaving the same way we came?
Of course. Doors wide open.
Evelyn will stand up.
Are there gonna be the same problems on the way out?
No, just a little joke for those who want my time.
Fair enough.
It was quite invigorating.
I can imagine. Do you like the vampire? I modeled him after a certain someone.
Okay, I love this guy so much now.
What is your opinion of Vidar?
Well, that would be an entire different discussion, and would probably take a long time. Perhaps some other time.
Farewell.
I didn't mind the vampire, but this vile, four-legged beast. I really didn't like that.
Evelyn will turn and give a nod and then head out the room.
As you step back into the other room, it looks like you first saw it before it changed. It still reminds you of what you saw just a few seconds earlier, but As you step inside, it remains its size. The couches don't grow, you don't shrink. After a few steps, you've already made it across the room. Do the others follow?
Yeah.
There's no
You-
dog, I guess, right?
No, there's
Okay.
no dog at all. In one of the corners, you see like a little bit the edge of a cobweb, a tiny spider on it, but no, there's nothing of the weird insects, hives, or creatures that you.
I don't care
So,
about the rest of the
in that
creatures. It's the dog that I'm
Just the
looking
dog.
at. Yeah.
Okay. And before you know it, you're at the door, and as you open it, you return to the grand hall.
Then we'll just kind of directly make our way out if nobody else is doing anything.
Yeah.
No, turning back to Kara, by the way. I'm now Kara. Kara in blue. Again.
Kara the whole time just was sipping the wine.
Yes.
If the bottle was like on the table, she just refilled her wine.
Oh.
Okay.
Edgar,
Yes.
have we heard Vidar referenced before as the Lord of Pestilence?
Parasites.
Or
Master of
Parasite, sorry.
Parasite.
Master
And
of
no,
Parasites.
not particularly.
Okay.
Though thinking about it, it may be an insult.
I
more
no,
so than a
I
title.
assume, but I was just trying to double check. Have we gotten a place to stay yet? I don't think we have. How late is it?
It's now late evening. It's definitely nighttime at this point. Probably, say, you didn't actually spend that much time in the winery, so about an hour before midnight.
Have we come across any inns or anything like that while we were walking to the...
Yeah,
Winery?
there's been plenty of inns along the street. The street is also collectively known as the 100 Tavern Street. And while there may not be exactly 100, there are quite a number of them.
I suppose we find a reputable-ish looking one then.
So are you looking for a good one, or more like a middle?
Like middle, like the one we stayed in the first night, I guess.
Okay. Then actually it is nighttime. Yeah, I mean there are still people out and about. A lot of them, especially around the taverns, are drunk. You look for a place that has not a large crowd of drunk people in front of it. And as you step inside, it's a somewhat quiet tavern. A room here would cost you about 5 silver a night per person.
I'll hand over 2 gold then.
Okay. The inn has plenty of rooms to stay in. And you rent 4 of those.
Mm-hmm.
Head up to the room.
It's been a long day, so I think just settle in for a long rest myself.
Yeah.
Okay. Does anyone do anything else, or do you all settle in for long rest?
When I get to my room, I'll sit down and then call out, Vidar, are you around?
You get no response.
That's fine. I knew he said he was going to be gone for a short bit, but I figured I'd check. I'll lay down and have a long rest.
Okay.
I'm gonna take a quick break if that's okay.
Yes, I was gonna say, let's take like a 10-minute or so break. Gotta go pee.
Okay.
Be back on the circle. Hustle and bustle at Heaven Street in full swing. Today, the entire city seems to be in an even more jovial mood. Even more so than the days before. Despite the, constant looming possibility of war, today marks the first day of a week of games. Starting off with a competition known as Cutting the Goal. Each competition features a smaller number of contests, and winning one of these usually awards a decent amount of gold pieces as a prize. At the end of the day, however, these results are tallied, and among the contestants' winners, the one performing the best receives a special prize. Usually, a magical item. A prize that's obviously highly sought after.
So, for this first one, do I know the name? Do I know what it contains? What kind of games?
You know that this is probably the city's favorite game. Give me a second.
What if I don't want to give you a second?
Sorry, what?
What if I don't want to give you a second?
Okay. Cutting the gold usually involves a small field of grain cordoned off between contestants. The goal is relatively simple. You attempt to harvest this field as quickly as possible.
So once we're like all together and I guess talking about the day's activities, do we want to do the various smaller competitions? Or should we consider, I don't know how we intend to steal a book and get away with it, not put all the blame on Polythreme.
Since we've already managed to do the most important thing, talk to
Right.
our favorite wizard, I guess we have the time to participate in the smaller ones. Might be some nice cash.
Sure.
And even if we don't win the cash, well, maybe we can finally get our heads somewhere else. Feel like a little bit of fun in between couldn't hurt.
What did the other two of you think?
Well, the competition's not really my thing, but if someone wants to have a go at it.
I'm up for it.
That's the spirit, Kara. Let's harvest those fields.
One of you want to be larger while you're harvesting? Would that help? Or you could potentially move faster.
Maybe Holly can cast haste on us.
Yeah.
Or do we pretend Holly never existed?
No, Holly's not around. Maybe she went back to the tunnel hall
Hmm.
after she went off on her own.
The other night.
You didn't really tell her where you were staying.
Oh yeah.
Right.
Whoopsies. So at least maybe we should let Holly know what we're up to, and
It's fair enough.
Yeah, that'd be nice of us. I mean, at this point in the competition, I guess we're kind of onto the 1v1s. So it'd be nice to let her know, though.
yeah, I mean she might even come with us to Polythreme afterwards. After all, she wanted to
Yeah.
go there in the first place.
Work with Vidar, yeah.
So yeah, I guess before we participate, Beggar, we're gonna let Holly know what we're up to and what happened. And yeah, let her know that if she
Okay.
wants to come with us,
Yeah, you find her
Welcome.
in her room in Connell Hall. Oh, that's quite alright. I'll have some preparations to do. After all, this is now the point where we might face off against one another.
True enough.
I see now she's gonna be the end boss of this whole ordeal. Okay then. I guess I'm gonna lead them to where the party is up.
Yeah, you make your way to the edge of the city where the giant fields are in the process of being harvested. Besides these giant fields, though, cordoned off are squares. Large squares of just golden grain. And there's already quite a crowd gathered around them. You can already see some of the contestants just wildly hacking at the grain just to harvest it as quickly as possible, grab it and carry it to the gathering place.
Is it like a group thing or is it like single competitors?
Everyone contests on their own.
Okay.
As you approach, you can already hear the voice sort of echoing over the crowd. Come on, come on. There's still places left. Anyone who wants a piece in the competition, it's only 50 gold to enter. Once this group is done, there will be a prize. The entire pool of gold will go to the winner and the runner-up.
Are there any restrictions on what you can and can't do? Slay?
This is a free
Blue
competition. It's about do everything you can and use everything you want. Even prizes from previous competitions may be used.
Seems like everything goes.
So who's looking to compete? Then out of y'all.
Wait, what do you have to do? Just carry something heavy?
No, just
think you have to-
chop down the grains and then carry them to a wagon or something, I guess.
In front of you, you see some people already just wildly swinging swords, cutting through these fields of grain, then collecting bushels to carry back to a cart close to them. Once one has collected all of the grain on the ground, a shrill whistle blows out, and they raise their hand. Their time is taken and noted down.
Looks...
Hara, were you going to compete?
Sure, it looks easy enough.
Here. And I will hand you a stopwatch.
What's that?
Well, if you click this button here, right there, when you start, you'll go a lot faster.
Oh, thanks.
Ha, could you make one for me too? I want to give it
Nope.
a try too.
Not at all.
Sadly. Sad.
Maybe
I-
you're.
But maybe,
I-
Red can help me. You
Yeah,
can,
maybe.
can you haste me up?
Don't know what that is.
Oh no, haste was... Who had the haste one?
I just
Holly.
gave.
Oh, okay,
Freya
you were.
haste.
Okay, I
So when
thought...
you do that, that'll give you haste.
I think Holly had haste too, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm not that
Haste.
great at. I'm not that great at being fast, actually. So.
Well, I could suppose I could outfit my boots
Ooh, I have an
contraptions
idea.
to one of you,
Why don't
which
why
make you a
don't-
little faster.
Why don't you give the pace to Soleil, and then we find you just the largest sword possible, and you can just like swing it once. I could make you stronger, and you could do that.
Well, the.
I can allow someone to wear these little bits that fit on my boots, and someone can have my stopwatch.
What do the boots do?
They make you a little bit faster. You're under the effects of Long Strider.
Not trying to be picky, but aren't those gonna be a little bit small for our feet?
Oh, no, it's not the boots themselves. It's this little part that I've hooked onto the heel.
Ah, I see.
I'm pretty sure I could take a quick moment and shift that around.
Maybe you can also go one after another, and we can use both.
This stopwatch gets a little finicky. Can only really be used once before I have to take it apart and do the whole thing over again.
Okay.
Yeah,
I mean,
I don't know.
Participate. So I don't. Can wait for another.
Nah, let's both. You can keep the watch. I'm gonna try it myself. It's fine. It's just 50 gold.
I can try to make you a little quicker.
That would be neat.
Won't be quite the same, but I'll try.
What? Maybe the broom might help, right?
Yeah, yeah. You can have the room, sure. So I'll give you the broom, and I guess I'll do an enhanced ability dexterity.
Hmm.
So you have advantage on dexterity checks, but
Cool.
it's not nearly as good as haste. But,
Okay. I'm
So
gonna.
you're taking the broom, right?
Yeah.
Then, Kara, let me see your boots real quick.
Here.
Alright, then I'm gonna shift my attachments on my boots onto her boots. You now have Long Strider on your boots, so you can increase your speed by 10 feet.
Nice.
Do you think she might actually be going too fast with both?
Oh no, this would be very good. Very entertaining.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, would be nice to win something, but we're here to have some fun. That's
True.
the most important part. Okay, I go over and pay 50 gold for my attendance fee, I guess.
Please also enter your name and where you are currently staying. Should you win the grand prize, we would need to know where to find you.
Okay, Blue Tiger, and I'm gonna write down the name of the tavern we were just staying in.
Okay. We have another! Give a round of applause! You hear
Yeah,
this just applause going through the crowd.
I'll do the same.
Actually, hold on.
Nice. Yeah, Soleil's just standing there trying to look cool and as not faced as possible, but inside he's like really, really itching to start and having some fun.
So how many of you are participating?
I am not.
I think it's
It's
just
like-
Kara and Soleil.
Okay. Each of you is led to the corner of one of these fields that have been set aside. Each of these squares is 5 feet.
Mm-hmm.
Ready, set, and harvest! A shrill goes out. And, yeah, it's go time.
Yeah. So I'm gonna start swinging.
Yeah.
Okay, so you attack this first square.
Yeah.
Give me an attack roll.
With as many attacks as necessary.
Okay,
That
give me a damage roll.
okay. With a scythe?
What are you attacking with?
Okay. I was wondering if we had to use like a scythe they give us, or if we can use whatever
Other
we
people
want.
were using swords.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna use
You were using whatever they brought.
yeah, I'm just gonna use 2 scimitars because I'm used to those and just cutting through.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Because the whip doesn't seem to be a good thing to go through this with. I guess it's I mean, I have. Do I attack with like multi-attack like normally, or what exactly?
Yeah, this
do I
is
do?
just like normal combat.
Okay,
basically.
because then I have a couple more attacks to do, you know. Because I still have these two.
I don't really have. Forgot to get my game music. Hold on.
So yeah, all of them are above 20 for the attacks.
Maybe this is a little bit too. What about this one?
Maybe the field has an AC of 25.
Yeah, maybe. I
What was the
don't know.
damage on the first attack?
I mean, no, those are the damage rolls. The first attack, I guess, is 3 plus 6, 9.
Okay. You cut through a big swath of this 5-foot square, but you don't quite manage to get all of them yet.
And the second swing is 7 damage.
And with the second swing, all of the grain is cut and falls to the ground.
Yeah, I'm just gonna. I mean, basically, I use the broom to basically drive by, and I just hold out, hold out the scimitar,
Okay.
and just let it cut it for me, basically. And so I just move to the next to use my third attack there, and it was another 9 damage.
Again, you kept most of them flying by, but also, again, few of them remain standing. Kara, how do you go about the business?
I will take out my sword, and then I will make 3 attacks. That sword. Yeah. The lowest is an 11. And then I got a nat 20.
11 still hits.
Nice.
Okay, so I guess I'm holding it with two hands. So I'm not using a shield. So other 10. So that is uh, 33?
Is that divided on the attacks, or did you count them all together?
I count them all together.
Uh,
So I guess the first one is 15.
okay, because the first one already fells the first field.
Then I guess I'd move on, hit again for 11. And
You
then
cut almost the entire field with that other swing.
hit again for 7.
And the second field as well falls.
Yeah, I guess. Hang on a second. Actually, I used my bonus action to cast Shadow Blade.
Okay. This is way too high energy. Hold on. I just gotta. I'm getting stressed by the music.
You're not even the one cutting the fucking weed.
Yeah. Okay.
Gotta go
Delay.
fast.
Okay, mid-air between the fields, I also switched one of the scimitars to my dagger because I feel like it's more effective because of the magical nature of it. Might cut easier through the stuff. And yeah, I'm gonna... Can I use my bonus attack on this field first and then the normal attack on the next one if it
Your
works?
offhand? I guess.
Yeah, okay. I'm gonna continue with the scimitar because I'm already cutting at the field with my scimitar. Yeah, that's like 26 to hit.
Mm-hmm.
And that's 11 damage.
And that demolishes the field.
Next one. Flying by with my dagger. 21.
Anything above a 10 will hit.
Okay, so everything hits. I cannot miss.
Oh, you can't.
No,
you
I have a
cannot
plus. I have
miss
plus
a 10.
9. So yeah, it's always at least a 10.
Alright then.
But I can always crit, so I guess it's still worth rolling. Oh no, well, not with the dagger. It doesn't because that's the special
I forgot
one.
to crit.
Oh yeah, you had a
Yeah,
crit.
you did
You
have a
should
crit.
you should do the crit still, right? Or I mean, it just did more damage. It still like cut off the one field, right? It wouldn't have changed things.
Yeah,
She had to
it was-
attack this one twice.
I think the crit
so-
was the first one, though, right?
Oh yeah, then it would have changed something.
Yeah, I guess so.
I mean, unless it wasn't.
I don't know which one was what. So
I rolled them all together, so I guess the crit was the first one.
I think either way it would have been 2 fields. Or it would have been this one left standing if you had attacked the other one with a dragon.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, the dagger hit, so I'm gonna roll the damage.
And wouldn't it be an instant fail if you roll in that one? So you still have to roll.
That is
Maybe.
11.
11 damage on the field?
Mm-hmm.
And that's the only damage you dealt yet, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I have to attack again with the dagger. For another 15.
And with that, third one.
And I'm going to use Action Surge to swing 2 more times. That is 13 damage.
It's almost cut.
Okay, and I guess I have to roll again. And that is another 11 damage.
And it's cut.
I'm gonna move a little bit further, and that's my turn.
Okay, Kara.
Okay, next field. I'm gonna switch to my short sword. So I have the Shadow Blade and the short sword. So I will make
If you
3
roll 'em
attacks.
one at a time, does it make a difference?
It'll probably be easier to like divvy them up.
In case you get like, oh, this one's entirely cleared.
I guess. So that's 16. With the Shadow Blade. 12 damage.
You cut through 2/3 of the field, but 1/3 still remains.
And what is it? For 12. For 14.
And the third field is down.
Well, for 19 damage.
And in one fell swoop, you cut an entire field.
And my offhand attack.
How many turns does haste last?
I'm keeping track of it, but it's 10.
Okay.
So, it's also just 8 and d6. So, 12.
And again, you cut about 2/3 with one bushel in the corner still standing. Mocking you.
Rude.
Mocking you.
Soleil.
Yeah. First one for 13 damage.
Similar to the problems Kara has been having. 2/3. One bushel remaining.
And the offhand plus 7 damage.
And it falls.
And yeah, one more attack to the last one. That is 14 damage.
Just chance.
Mhm.
There's like this one stalk of grain that evades your blow.
And that's my turn.
Okay.
I assume that if I smite the grass, I won't be able to like harvest it.
I don't know. Have you tried?
Just burning the whole field down.
Do you actually have to like bring?
Yeah, they have people that are cutting it and then picking it up and bringing it to a cart.
Yeah. I mean, I guess it's radiant damage, so that's not burning it. But yeah, I will start with my offhand attack on the person in this field. That's already damaged. For an 11. And damage is
And I believe that cuts. Yes.
7 damage.
7 on the next.
No, that was just 7 damage on this one.
Oh, okay.
Then Shadow Blade. Hits. For 16 damage.
Our newly arrived contestants already good in the lead as Urga the dwarf is falling behind.
Another hit. For 10 damage. I will move to this field.
Oh, interesting.
Damage this one.
Tactics.
It's a hit. And 11 damage.
Okay.
And
Silly.
Okay, my offhand definitely hits and is at least 7 damage, so I guess this field is... the last grain is cut off. I'm gonna move to the next. And see how much damage I can do. Come... Oh, I just can't get the fucking high rolls. 9 damage. See, this one I would have needed before that. 15 damage. And that's my turn.
Kara.
offhand attack into this field. It's hitting and it's doing at least 7 damage, so. Oh no!
It's gone.
You rolled your figurine.
Disqualified.
Yeah, I don't know the connection to this. Okay, that's the first attack. 16 into this field. That was the second attack. Is 12. Or 17.
17, damn.
Yeah, her damage output is great.
Come on. Let me roll for the last attack. Oh, that's in that one.
That's the only thing you can roll to miss.
That's 9.
You swing, but man, your arm's getting tired after all this swinging. It's already, you've been hacking non-stop, and you just almost let go of your blade as you swing, and you just sort of lose grip You manage to hold on, but your attack sorely misses.
That's my turn.
Silly.
That is the 15.
15. And immediately chop.
And that is just 9.
9.
9! And then the offhand is another 8. Or 9 even. That's my turn.
Kara.
Another attack. For... Oh no!
No, you
Is that-
killed me too.
Sabotage.
Sorry, Charlotte. Wait. That's another 17. Next one. Ah, is 7. 19.
19 to hit or 19 damage?
To hit.
Okay.
That is 12 damage.
1 bushel remains.
So I will do the offhand attack. That's a hit. For another 7 damage. And last attack. That's a hit. 18.
18 damage?
18. She rolled
Good
2 sixes.
lord.
She's going through this like it's nothing. Molten butter.
It's an interesting dynamic of what haste
Silly.
can do
Max
between
damage I
like
can
2
do
players.
is 22.
Jeez.
Yeah. I'm gonna
Soleil.
roll for
We'll
some
do it
damage.
again and then haste Soleil and we'll be able to see what happens.
Yeah.
That is
Put some
9.
statistics there, it'll be interesting.
No, 10 damage. And then the offhand makes it plus 8, plus 9. So, probably enough. The next field is... Oh, that's a good roll. That is an 18. Max damage. That's my turn.
Max die blood. Did you make 3 attacks already?
Yes.
Oh. Yeah.
The problem is that I...
Kara.
At most times I cannot cut one with one attack.
That's a hit. For 13 damage.
Just not enough.
To the offhand attack. It's also a hit. 11.
On to the next field.
That's a 10 to hit.
Just hits.
For 10. Then the last. Can I smite? I wanna try.
You can try.
I will try to smite. For an additional 2d8.
So this is on that last one, right?
No, that's like I did 10 damage and smite it for another
Yes,
12.
on the same
So,
attack.
yeah,
Yeah, plus 12 to the last attack.
so 22.
You
So that-
suddenly, behind you, Soleil, just see this flash of light. For a moment, you're worried as these whitish, almost flames tingle around your blade as you just slam through this field. But doesn't seem to catch fire.
Nice.
Oh boy. That's just not making it easier. For
Plus
me,
attack.
but for you to win, probably.
Well, I'm interested to see what it'll actually look like. Well, I'll wait till it happens.
Okay, that's 8. I will leave it at 8.
Okay. Delay.
Yes, that's good. 16. No, that's bad. That's 9.
9.
Okay. And plus 12. And that's my turn.
Yeah, it's Shadow Blade. Or 13.
Both of the newcomers are almost done with their field. It's neck and neck. But can they keep up the pace?
That's 19.
I can definitely not keep up her pace.
Oh no. That's 11. And then the offhand. Gore. 9. That's my turn.
So, question as someone on the sidelines.
Yes.
Does it seem like both of them are well ahead of the other competitors?
Some of the others seem to be keeping about pace. One of them is at the point of collecting. To be fair, they also started early. They seem to be fast, but you're not quite sure if they have a shot at being the fastest. At least in the grander competition.
Mm-hmm. Would there be anything that I could check or perceive to better know?
You could go around the stretch of fields where, as I said, other of these smaller contests are taking place.
Yeah, I'd like to do that.
Okay, just roll me a perception roll.
A 19.
It's gonna take you a little bit, though.
Mm-hmm.
So, Soleil, keep going.
$13 plus offhand is... How is that happening? This die here.
You wanna re-roll it? I'm
No, I
fine.
mean it doesn't matter. It's offhand. It's just enough. I need 2 damage anyway. Just so yeah, it's enough to cut off that field, and just weird that it can happen. And that is exactly 15 for the second one. And then I go to the next field, I guess. That's my turn.
Kara.
It's a hit. For 17. I guess that's that field.
Yep.
Nat 20.
Go, Kara, go!
Yeah, I mean,
Get that prize, man.
So, oof. Well, 18.
Mediocre crit, but enough for the field.
Yeah. That's a hit. For 14. Damn it. Oh, it's 14 enough.
14 is
no,
enough.
14 is not. Sorry.
Yeah.
It's like one stalk standing still. Like a single stalk still standing.
You gonna smite the single stock?
Yes, I'm gonna smite the singles.
I mean, you can't really roll less than a 1 on that, so...
Yeah, true. Another 12. And then I will offhand attack the next field.
As you look around, Red, you can see that most of the top contenders are doing about as well as Kara is probably doing. However, you do see one particular contender who is definitely larger than the rest. One you've seen before, in fact.
Oh gosh.
It's one of the
I'm
barbarians.
gonna- Oh, okay.
That was
The
my
large one, with one of the swings of his just massive axe. He fells, who fields, and then moves on to the next.
It's 16 for the next one.
Cast a slow spell on him.
I know I have slow.
It's my turn.
Okay. Delay.
God damn it, 14. Off-
Single stalk.
Offhand does the rest. And another bad roll. 12 for the next one. That's my turn.
So I will give Kara inspiration for this turn.
Thanks.
Which is basically an extra D8 of damage.
Yep. Well, that's 18.
Was that 18 damage?
Yes.
Good lord.
Mm-hmm. She's swinging. Swinging that blade.
Well,
Ooh,
that's,
that's almost max.
21 damage.
Jeez.
She's hitting that field like it's a bottle of alcohol.
Almost a crit. That's 16, and then my offhand attack. I guess I will use my inspiration. $19!
Nice.
That was almost max damage.
The field is cut. Now all that remains is carrying all that harvest back to the corner you started in.
How do I do that?
Well, this turn, I believe you have used up all of your actions.
Yeah.
You can make an action to give me a dexterity check to collect.
Close it that next turn. Oh no, my dexterity is terrible.
Slay.
Mm-hmm.
Don't know what the turn order is. Can I give Slay inspiration now?
It is the 10th turn, so I guess so.
Then I do it.
Nice. Okay, adding to the 12 damage I already got to that field are another 11.
Yeah, Kara's gonna get her next turn, and then she'll be really tired for a second. I can't wait.
Ah, damn it.
But you'll
Okay.
get this turn. It's the next turn after
I need
that.
2
Yeah.
votes. God damn it, why is the second one so much better? Okay, yeah. I do enough damage with those 2 attacks to get that field done, and that's my turn.
Kara.
Okay, it's a dex check.
Yes.
Just as an action.
Yes.
Okay. $17.
Is that with your dexterity bonus?
Yeah, but plus 0.
Okay. And the first field, you grab the bushel and hold it in your arms.
I should do
You
one
can
for
carry from the size of these bushels, one in each arm.
Oh, damn it. How, where do I have to
And-
put them?
Can you
The
Okay.
corner where you started here.
Let me draw a square for you.
Okay. Well, I can still use my other actions, right? Or my one other action, I guess.
Yeah. You begin collecting a few of them, but there's so much more to collect.
Okay, well, I will. While I'm still fast, I will dash over, and like,
Yeah, your base speed is 80 feet at the moment.
yeah, I will put the one thing there and then return to here.
Okay.
Sorry.
And with
And-
that, we enter turn 11.
That's the end of haste.
Okay, fuck this. I'm gonna add the bardic inspiration because I need 1 more damage.
Ha.
So yeah. And that is that. $14. Twice a 14 in a row. So yeah, I guess the offhand does the rest for this one then.
Oops. That's all we're too far. There we go.
That's my turn.
Okay. And then, Kara, you just suddenly feel this overwhelming wave of tiredness.
Nope.
And then we enter turn 12. Soleil.
More inspiration to you, sir.
Thank you, good sir. Ha! That is exactly 15 this time. That is very sad. It's an 8. Okay, I'm gonna add my
And I'm
offhand.
guessing that was not Silver Eagle.
offhand is
Oh, wait a minute.
another 11.
And there was not a silver evil weapon, right? Because you got 2 ones.
Oh, it was! Oh, let me roll again then. To add to that 8. Another 9. Okay, cool! Then I can use the second attack. So I did this field. So I can use the second attack to actually do... That is not enough, that is a 12. No, 11. I'm gonna use my offhand to do the rest. And saving my bardic inspiration. And do like another 12 damage with the offhand attack. That's my turn.
Kara,
How
your
far
energy
away?
surges back.
How far away is the next opponent to me?
I mean, there's probably like one cut field in between you guys, and then there's another guy currently in the middle of his field, just hacking away with 2 large axes.
You want to throw haystacks at me?
So I guess it's more than 60 feet.
10, 20. Since you're at the edge of your field, it's probably within 60 feet. I don't know what you're trying to do, but it scares me.
Casting command. But I only have 1 action though, so it's gonna be super slow to collect all of these.
Keep in mind that command is very limited in terms of it.
Yeah.
The commands you can give.
It only lasts for 1 round, right?
Yeah.
Maybe you'll just roll good on your deck.
Yep, I will just keep collecting. $14.
You gather the rest of this field into your one arm. Into one of your arms. I mean.
And I can only do 1 per turn.
If you have more than 1 action per turn, you could do more, but...
But that's not attacks, it's actions, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep, that's my turn.
12. I'm gonna use the bardic inspiration die for that one. God damn it!
Oof.
Okay, I'm gonna have to use my offhand for that one too then. Now that is finally enough. And I'm gonna have attack on this one. But it's 2 2s, so that's 10 plus 10 plus 6.
Oh my god. It's 2 of the same again, by the way.
Oh yeah, I mean I can cut this very hard.
You can oops, no, you can
Yeah,
keep going.
and another 5. So yeah,
Okay,
that's my turn.
getting really into the swing now. You've cut your fields now, all that remains.
Same rules for me too, like two things at once I can carry? Or
Yes.
okay.
1 arm each.
Mhm.
Unless, you have creative ways around that. I don't know. So, anyway, Tara.
I was gonna summon her wings to make a bag
It's
for him.
almost the exact same as before. You leave a lot
I
of
don't know if it opens.
the harvested grain on the ground as you collect just a few.
Yep. That's better.
Mm-hmm.
Pick up basket weaving. Weave a basket. And then put on.
Gain quick proficiency in basket.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Easy.
Okay, I was just checking my inventory. What I have. Okay, I'm just gonna start collecting, I guess. With an 8.
You gather about half of this field into one of your arms.
Are these dexterity checks
Checks,
or
yes.
saves? You would
No
have
saves,
advantage
only
on
checks.
checks then.
He does who the what now?
You should have advantage on checks then. due to
Oh,
enhance
oh
ability.
yeah, I got the enhance ability. Neato. Yeah, that is an 18 then.
That's enough.
Ooh, this is gonna be a tight race.
I mean, I think socially it's better. 10.
Oof. Just short, you collect more, but still some on the ground.
$19 already. With the first row,
This is where Soleil's dex comes through.
Yeah.
I'm gonna bring that there, and I'm gonna continue. Although,
Enough.
let me see. I was here 10, 20 to put it here, and then another 10
And both of your arms
To
are
run here.
full, I believe, Kara.
Oh, does that, like, yeah, okay. Yeah, 5 or 25 feet, put it there, and then another 5 feet over there.
Now that they're in the collecting phase, how fast does the barbarian look? Like, sure, he's good at swinging.
Well, he bows down, and with one arm he just scoops up 2 fields, and then slowly walks back to the collecting area. For how quick he is with his attacks and his harvesting, he walks quite slow.
I got a
While
19.
he's dropping it off, can I chat him up? You know, really butter him up like, hey, you're amazing, I saw this and that. Where do you work out, bro?
Would that be deception or performance?
I don't know.
I would say
I
roll me a
guess.
performance check.
It's the same for me.
Gauging,
How
is
much
it?
did you roll? Soleil?
What's
19. So
Okay.
I move
You collect this first one.
to this one.
Oh, no.
21?
This just giant mass of a man turns to you slowly.
Oh. You funny. Keep talk, make me go faster.
He says that, but he definitely doesn't move faster. But for a moment, at least, he is distracted.
I rolled a 12. Can I not use athletics for this?
No, it's not really hard to lift this grain. It's more about,
The collecting part.
it's like trying to carry your entire groceries from your shopping trip in one arm, like stacking it up, and
I think this is a
Reaching
religious
the-
experience, and I
I
should
think
be
it is. Okay.
Channel
Did you roll
divinity.
today?
Like a
up on
20 something. Can I use my it's gonna be an... Is it gonna be an action? If I wanted to use my my rope to
What?
rope them, like a hempen rope, to rope them
To, like-
together, and so I can carry more on my back, so I don't have to run in between that much.
That would be an action.
Then I'm not gonna do that. I'm just gonna put this in here. And that was like 10, 20 feet of movement, and then I'm gonna move 10 back, and that's my turn.
I keep chatting this man. I won't interrupt too much, but
So last turn I rolled a 12. This turn I roll a 6.
I'm just gonna roll
Enough.
basically at the same time to make this.
Yeah, you can. You guys can
Yeah.
do two at the same time.
Yeah,
if you
I feel like just to get
I'll
things
just
going.
advance.
So yeah, I got like a 20 something again. Then move to the next one.
9. And
I rolled a 17.
4. 8, 5, 6.
10, 20, get this thing down, 10 back. Okay, and 10 there, and then turn together.
17.
20.
16.
13.
13.
Mm-hmm.
You do not manage the fully collector's field.
Not one.
21.
If you had any extra, as you shake your arm accidentally, you would have lost them. But seeing as it's the first you would have picked up, it doesn't matter.
Next one's a 2.
I had a 21 for that thing that she rolled, because we are rolling quite fast right now. I
Oh my god.
cannot keep up with the rolling.
Oh no.
10, 20. And
Well, it took me like 1 turn to get this, 1 turn to get this, and now it's taking me, I think, 4 turns to get the next one. Oh my god, that's 11, so it's gonna take me 5
okay, this is
turns.
more than 20. Was that 11 for me? More than 20. So
Is
this
one you
one.
collected?
And then for that roll the sheet just did, I'm gonna roll this. That is 15. And I'm gonna go back and deliver.
I managed to get this in the 5th turn.
$21. $20 something again. Go back. Wait, Freya, I'm already one behind one roll. I cannot
Yeah,
keep
yeah,
up
no,
with the
I'm just-
rolling.
It takes me 4 turns to get the next one.
Yeah, but I have to stay at the same turn order, so
Yeah,
we're gonna-
sorry.
okay,
Are
17
you
for the
behind
next
her now?
one.
No, you should
She
be
keeps.
way
She's
ahead.
rolling a couple times. More than him, I think, as well.
Yeah.
So 17 for this one.
I've been going off of Soleil for the number of turns, but
How many did he have?
so we're currently, I mean, we're on the 22nd turn at this point. But you know, that's it's getting pretty far into it. I thought you were about at the same level in terms of turns.
Yeah, now we should be. She's just
Okay.
like she's just one roll ahead, and then when I
Right.
roll that one, she's already on the next one. So I just
Sorry.
can't
sorry,
be
sorry.
that fast. I'm just we are on the same turn, yes, but sometimes it's so fast that I really have to keep up there. Okay. Yeah, that is another 20 something.
Okay, so also okay, so my turn.
Yeah, I mean our turn. Let's say always our
Okay.
turn. It makes it easier. Natural 20.
Unfortunately, you don't really get a bonus for crit on
Ah.
this one.
I was hoping a little bit.
Not one.
Oh no, that was already 2, so I bring that and I come
Well,
back.
I mean, you haven't collected anything in this arm yet, so luckily you also don't lose anything.
I had a non-net 20 for this one. And above 20 for the next one. Bringing back. Go in here.
Five.
Non-net 20.
Two.
Oh no.
Non-net... oh no, it's 22 even.
Jesus Christ.
I mean, advantage plus 5. So that's pretty
You have
good.
2 bushels in your arms.
Oh yeah, we're bringing back. Come on, here. Doesn't really... I don't feel like the running does change anything at all.
It doesn't really actually change anything.
Yeah. So... Oh, that's bad for me. That's a 14.
Oh yeah, then you do not fully collect this field.
Eight.
Above 20. Above 20 for me.
Another 8.
Bringing back. Getting to the next field. Net 20. Double net 20, by the way.
You're also. Oh my god, you're also just rolling way
Double
better.
net 20?
Double net 20.
Fucking hell.
12.
That's like 24. Bringing that back.
I got this one, I think.
Yeah.
20.
Not 20.
22.
Whoa.
Natural 20.
How many nat 20s are you
Oh.
getting?
Was just the fourth.
This is fucking disgusting. Oh no.
Another 12.
A 15.
So I should get this one.
Is 15 enough?
15 is just enough.
Okay, I'm gonna finish the thing.
The troll rings out and you are done.
17.
18 is enough.
How are we looking on the other field? How much do I need to delay this man?
14.
Despite your distractions, he is still slowly going back and forth. It's hard to tell. You're trying to keep an eye on both fields, but
Right.
not knowing when the other one started could be close.
8 and 14 on this one, and then a 3 on the next one. And a 6. And a 1.
Oh no.
Oh,
So I just lose everything again.
No.
Oh no.
13.
Okay,
Wait,
it's
wait,
almost
wait.
collected now.
I heard Slay be done.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
I'm gonna run over here and enhance ability on Kara.
Now you have advantage.
You have advantage
Yeah.
now.
$18. 12.
Natural 20. There you go. I think you have to go back. But yeah, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
At this point, I'm assuming you guys.
Yeah.
I thought 25 feet would change, but I forgot that in your turn of going back, you can
Mhm.
already like
Yeah.
move another 30. So
15. $16.
Ooh,
That's
Natural
nice.
20. There you go. You just needed that enhance ability.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Enhanced ability was definitely
Yeah, the
MVP
game
for
changer.
you.
Yeah,
12.
this should do it though.
20 again.
Nice.
And you're done at 43 turns.
Ooh.
I was doing so good.
Another shrill bell rings out as the audience just roars around you. And
I will go up to Chalet and like shake his hand, or like give him a handshake.
Yeah, we'll shake this
magnificent, absolutely magnificent. First in the lead and then falling behind as the second new contender pushes past with incredible speed. Please wait a moment while the others finish their contest for the tally.
That was definitely harder than I thought it would be.
Yeah, I was really bad at picking those stuff up.
You know, it might be your like huge gauntlets.
I feel like, and I show her my dagger. I feel like this is not the perfect one to work with grains.
Yeah. I could have told you that beforehand.
I mean, better than this one, right? And I show her my whip that I usually use as my first weapon.
Probably.
What do these mean?
That
The numbers,
golden.
Mason, what do they mean?
Exactly.
Okay. A couple of minutes after you're done cutting the field, at this point, you've started recovering from the exhaustion of that ordeal. That was quite a lot. Never once have you exhausted yourself for so long. The final tally is up. You, Sir Blue Tiger, have soundly won in this contest. Whether or not you win the championship of the day will be decided tonight. Best of luck to you, sir. And here is your prize. 400 gold to the winner, and 100 to the runner-up. The runner-up, which you see, is the giant barbarian.
Well, this means drinks are on you today, right, Chalet?
I guess. For tonight, definitely.
We should have made a bet. beforehand.
Yeah, maybe we should have. Maybe for one of the next games. So, how much do I know about the rules? Like, are there more games we should participate in to, like, get the daily winning thing, or...
In theory, you could attempt to do it again.
Oh boy.
But if you keep going at this pace, obviously,
Yeah, this would be,
you'll start to slow down
exhausting.
without proper rest and recuperation in between.
I feel like doing this once is enough for fun.
What do they mean about tonight? Just like who's done it the most times the fastest?
Who has the best time at the end of the
Oh.
day receives a special prize.
I see. So we had a good time for this round.
Definitely.
Gotcha.
Okay. I would be fine with taking a little break somewhere.
Let's go to the tavern. We have to celebrate the victory. Your victory.
As you move down the street towards a tavern of your choice, you notice that you get recognized more than once. Quite a few people turn their heads, and you hear calls like, "The weakness! Blue Tiger! Even fall!" As people
Weakness.
yell your names in excitement. Some even run up to you in person, handing you gifts of food, flowers, and occasionally spices.
I sign all autographs. The tiefling.
Do they actually want us to sign stuff?
Not particularly.
Okay, I was wondering.
Red just
Autograph
starts
culture,
signing.
not really.
Doesn't stop Brad from signing the things.
I feel like we've been here before.
Taverns, they don't look the same.
I'm wondering if there is, below that black part, if there's a bloody body lying there.
I mean, there's no black part you can't see.
I'm gonna go look for the toilet.
The door's locked. Sorry, sir. That door leads to the cellar. The
Sorry.
outhouse is outside.
Oh, thank you. And he's going outside for a moment and coming back a couple of minutes later.
Anyway, yeah, you find a place at a tavern and you do what you do.
Ale.
Do what we do.
Ale.
You have some cool drinks? Cold ones?
What do you mean by cold drinks?
Just cold drinks. Like,
Oh,
not
don't stop
room
in the cellar.
temperature.
Mm.
Like, cold.
It's a bit cooler in the cellar because of the whole.
Yeah, that's good enough for
rivers
me.
and-
Good
Okay.
enough. Good enough for
Yeah.
me. Don't even have a freezer here.
Is it just me or are we all really dark?
You are correct about
our
that.
I think it's a lighting thing, but that's fine.
Oh,
That is probably true. Actually, it would be like midday at this point.
These creepy creatures are still standing around the table watching us.
What creepy creatures?
You know, that tree that has this long arm and this boar-like
cactus
I
that's
don't know
running.
what you're talking about.
freaking mushroom goblins.
What? You're crazy. There's nothing.
Okay.
Anyway,
Mhm.
how much do you drink? So, one mug of ale would cost you about 1 silver each.
I'm only gonna drink like 2 or 3. Not more than that.
Subtract as much as you drink.
And yeah, I promised Kara to pay for this one, so depending on how much she drinks.
How much does she drink on someone else's tab?
Does Red also drink?
yeah, but I'll pay for my own.
What about Ablin?
How much does
What do you want to drink?
No, I'm fine, thank you.
Nothing. It's on me.
I'm quite alright.
Okay.
How much does Chalet drink?
A 3.
Okay, Kara will have 6.
Okay. So 9
Give me a quick
silver.
con save with advantage.
9 silver gone. Feel like I'm almost poor now.
Oof, that's a 9. Well, no, that's a 12.
You are quite exhausted, and despite, other than breakfast, you haven't actually eaten that much yet. So as you drink, you can feel the alcohol hit a little bit harder than usual, but you maintain your seat at the bar.
We should also get food.
True.
I'm starving after all of that harvesting.
Yeah, sounds good.
You know, now that you're tired out, Blue Tiger, it might be worth trying that one thing during the day, since it didn't work that time during the night.
That is true. We shouldn't.
If you feel tired enough for a little nap, you know what I mean.
Oh, definitely. I can easily take a nap now.
So perhaps whenever we get done with our drinks, try a little dream.
It's like he's convincing him to do drugs.
How about a little dreaming?
Dreaming?
Little dreaming, please.
You want to see those mushroom goblins?
I can show you mushroom goblin.
You want to see some mushroom goblins? Okay, well, if you have lunch, costs you another 2 silver per person.
Who's gonna eat? This is all on my tab still. If you want to.
Sure, Wally.
I just want 400 gold. I can
And
pay.
we'll
I can
eat.
pay for food.
Probably.
So all
Depending
I'm
on
gonna
the
eat.
quality of it, I believe.
It's medium quality food. It's not the finest things you've tasted. Everything is somewhat roughly seasoned, but it tastes good enough.
Yeah, then Evelyn will eat.
Okay, I'm gonna pay 8 silver for everyone.
Okay. And you guys go back to the tavern you've been staying at, or?
Yeah, think
I've-
so.
Yeah.
We can, yeah. Seems like a good place.
Well, even without paying, the rooms are still yours for the rest of the day.
Mm-hmm. So I will settle in for a dream spell. Making Soleil the messenger is the word.
I'll stay up and around them while they do this, just to keep an eye on things.
So you cast Dream.
Yes.
Okay. How do you construct the dream?
That is up to Soleil because he is the messenger. Unless he is feeling really tired and wants me to be there and construct it for them.
I mean, I guess when I fall asleep, I'm thinking of Nodrad, and so it's gonna be some kind of situation that is connected to him. So it's probably down in... It looks like it's down in a dungeon, and there are bars between us.
Give me an Arcana check.
Me?
Yes.
Oh boy. Let me see. I have no idea, I only have a +0. Five.
Initially, as you fall into this deep slumber, you are running through a dim forest, leaves swaying in the wind. As you're running, the trees seem to grow larger until each trunk is the size of a tower. Fog flows along the ground like a soft stream of water, carrying fallen leaves on its waves. Before you, a path stretches endlessly. In the trees, the light doesn't reach. It becomes an unpermeable blackness in which your mind conjures all manner of unknown possibilities. The hush of a shadow in the treetops, movement, eyes. You concentrate and you shape the dream. But somehow, as the dream takes hold, somehow the trees remain. As around you form stone walls, a stone ceiling, the bars, a prison cell, the trees, the roots, the dirt, all of it breaks through at places, to the point where it looks almost like an abandoned dungeon. Where do you imagine Nodrad to be?
Outside the cell.
So you're both in front of the cell?
No, I'm
Are
standing
you
in
inside?
the cell, and he's outside of the cell.
Nodrad turns as you suddenly are in the cell and he's just outside. His eyes go wide. Behind him, there's another hush of a shadow. And you just hear him say, "You! Why are you here?"
I wanted to talk to you.
Is it really you?
Well, this is a dream, but it is really me who is contacting you.
his palm goes to his head, almost thinking, or his expression looks almost pained. How? I don't.
Not right. Look, I don't really have time for
How
explanations.
close are you to the bars?
I'm standing right in front of the bars. I basically have my hands around the bars and while I'm talking at him.
He suddenly rushes close to the bars. His hand goes in between the bars, covering your mouth. No, not here. Not where the walls have ears. Tomorrow night, edge of the city. The red tent at the mercenaries' encampment. You see him
I just
look around
nod.
himself, almost in panic. Oh no, quickly, quickly.
Okay, I'll try to somehow force myself to wake up.
Yeah,
According to
as
the
the
spell, you can
constructor
use
of the dream, you basically pull back, and immediately you wake.
Oh, that was certainly an experience.
Did you get through?
Yes, I got to him. We couldn't really talk much. It seems like he was watched, but he
Maybe
gave me
learn
he
about
gave me
warding.
he gave me a time and a place to meet him.
If he's
Good.
watched, is it safe to meet him?
Well, he said, don't talk here, where the walls have ears. Let's meet at that place. So I guess it's at least better equipped than the dream world to keep ears from listening.
If there was something that could hear you in the dream, wouldn't you think it would hear about your meeting place?
Well, I guess the meeting place is not the problem. As long as we are there and they cannot hear what we're talking about. Seems like that was what he was worried about, not that it was me or us approaching him. That was not the fact that was worrying him. It was that somebody might be able to listen, and if at that place there's some sort of magic preventing from any outside listeners, I guess that would make sense.
Or maybe it's just outside the area that is happening.
He, the location that he had told you to meet at, is it of any significance to you?
I don't think so, Beggar, right? Or is it?
No. You are a little bit surprised that a mercenaries encampment just outside the city, but considering the situation of a possible impending war, it's probably the city gathering, consolidating some forces.
I'd encourage you to be cautious.
Hmm. I
Could be
will
a
be.
trap of sorts.
He would have warned me
Do
about
you-
that somehow.
Do you want us to keep watch, outside the meeting place or anything?
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. Just to stay
When did you
close.
want to meet?
Was it today in the evening, or when was it?
Tomorrow night.
Tomorrow night. It was tomorrow
Oh.
night.
You could always go and inspect the area in advance. See if there's a good place to either stake out or make sure that it doesn't look like anything's being set up that's less than beneficial for you.
Sure. What time is it right now? Or well, around what time?
It's about early afternoon at this point. You've
So
had
yeah,
lunch,
so we
you know,
would have
so-
enough time to just walk
I'll
over
come
there
out
and
in the
just
day
check the place. Okay.
It's not till tomorrow night, not tonight though, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So yeah, we have like today but maybe tomorrow there are more games we want to participate in or something. So might as well like
Well,
check today.
maybe we could, but also make sure then that you're not exerting too much energy during any games.
Yeah.
Right.
We want to be in top shape for whatever meeting you're having.
Yeah, you're right about that. Guess it's time for you to play some games tomorrow then, Evelyn.
Oh,
And Red.
I highly doubt it.
I mean, maybe, but I wouldn't have been any good at that one today. But maybe tomorrow.
Yeah, different
Stuff
games,
to-
different skills needed.
We still have to wait for the reveal of who won today, right?
That's true. We could find that out on the way back from looking at this place, maybe.
Mm-hmm. Okay then. Guess we go. So where exactly would that be on the map, Banger?
Oops.
On which side of the city is gonna be the camp?
So let's see. Winery. Oh, did I exit? Oh, wait, hold on. Did I flip the map? No, I didn't. Actually, this might be flipped. No, it's not. That means my
This
picture's
looks-
flipped. Okay, so the winery was here, which means you would be somewhere here-ish,
Where are we trying to go?
and it would be outside the city here,
Hmm. I mean, that's not too far.
in the butt quack.
Butt crack. Let's go to the butt crack.
You have to leave
Just,
the
is it
city?
possible like to stand on the walls like as tourists basically to get a good view, or
well,
is that
the
hard?
guards on the outer walls would probably have a problem with that.
Okay, just
The inner
checking.
walls are probably less problematic, because, you know, it's not really...
I mean, we can just walk outside the walls. I was just asking if there might have been like a tourist watch tower of some kinds or whatever.
Roll me a 1d20, please.
Okay. An 8.
You again hear, you know, as you walk down the street, the screaming. Tiefling! Even fall! Blue tiger! But then, through this chatter and admiration, suddenly cuts a voice. A growling voice, boiling with anger, maybe even hatred.
Blue Tiger, I know who you really are.
The crowd parts, revealing an armored figure at the end of the street. As the people become an audience, forming an open space between the mass of people. At one end of the street, you. At the other, a large warrior armored in shimmering blue armor.
You are an imposter.
The man opposing you is a tabaxi. A rare kind you've only seen a few times before. A tiger.
I am the true Blue Tiger, hero of the Green Plain.
Oh, boy.
Imposter. And I challenge you to a duel to settle the matter of honor.
The crowd visibly gasps. To your right, you hear someone whisper, I haven't heard of any blue tiger before, and now that's already two.
Please, Run. And there was duels between everyone that had the same name. This would be ridiculous.
No, I'm the blue tiger.
We're all the blue tiger.
Well, I think I forgot to upload the street.
Well, you should be happy I'm making a name for you right now.
He's not even blue. Wow, imposter.
This is super sus, guys.
Mm-hmm.
And if you like, we can end the session here.
Good cliffhanger.
Unless you really wanna do the duel. Now.
Sure, we can do that next time. And start off with a banger. Look, he's already preparing this map like there's no way out of this duel, right?
There might still be.
I
a way
mean, you
out.
know, it's a matter of honor.
Probably
I'm not saying
Yeah,
that
that's the thing
necessarily-
though. Like, I don't care a little anything about my honor.
memory, his name was never Blue Tiger. Done.
Yeah. I just don't want anyone to find out who I am. I don't care about
You
winning
can
this
totally
at all.
Start the next session by,
Yeah.
you know, running away.
I'm sure Rhett definitely has modified memory on hand. Easy peasy.
Well, there's this thing that I cast earlier today that was a 5th level.
How
That would be silly. Why
how
would you do that?
how windy is it today?
How windy is it? There's like a soft breeze going around, but
Soft is not enough.
it's no strong wind.
That's sad. Otherwise, I would have just turned into Gaze's form and then just fly away and then just.
I'm not saying, but I'm just saying you should probably also prepare another blue tiger token that's an animal. I mean, I'm not saying.
Another blue tiger token. That's what. Like what?
Okay, yeah, I'm picking up what you're saying. I gotcha. We can prepare that for next time.
That's the 3-way face-off: the good, the bad, and the ugly.
Oh
Except they're all
boy.
Except it's all tigers.
Boy.
Save.
I don't know if that's
Okay.
Just make me invisible, and then I'm gonna slit his throat, and then it's just done.
Mm,
You guys for session.
Thanks for
Thank you.
going.
Thank you, Beggar. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yes.
I love cutting grass.
Yeah.
Man, that was. I didn't remember that you even had like enhanced ability